Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Stewart.
Here.
Councilmember Kovar.
Here.
Councilmember Mail.
Here.
Councilmember Qureshi.
Here.
Councilmember Seaman.
Present.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Schultz.
Here.
Great. Terrific. Welcome, everyone. Tonight, just to review our agenda this evening, first we will have public comments on voting items. We have 5 voting items tonight. Then we will take public comments on the Tacoma Junction Development Agreement. We thought it would be better and facilitate the meeting if we took all those comments together. And then we will have other public comments before moving to our voting session and then our work sessions this evening. So I think there may be members of the public who have not commented before who may want to comment tonight. I just wanted to review how we do public comments. Unless you've requested prior to the meeting to have extended time, public comments are at most 3 minutes. This is to enable everyone who wants to speak to have the opportunity to do so in a timely manner because we want to hear from everyone who wishes to speak. If you have a question during your comments, we will take notes of it here on the City Council as well as the staff, and we will either answer those questions if we are able to during council comments or city manager comments, or if it requires further research, we will get back to you after the meeting. Specifically on Tacoma Junction, if there are questions this evening about that, I hope they will be answered during our work session. In addition, there is, I believe, a hard copy of the Q&A document that staff has prepared, and you should be able to get that over there. Right? And then also just to let folks know that this evening during our work session on the Tacoma Junction Development Agreement, we will have representatives of NDC, our development partner on this project. Looking to next week, on Wednesday, July 27th, we will have a closed session excuse me, to start the evening, receiving legal advice from our attorneys. We will follow that up with a voting session. We have a vote on a resolution authorizing the execution of a development agreement with NDC for the redevelopment of Tacoma Junction. We have a resolution establishing the Community Consultation Process Advisory Committee for the Tacoma Junction redevelopment and appointing members to that committee. We have the second reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code regarding restricting the use of plastic single-use carryout bags. We have a single reading ordinance authorizing the FY 2017 Budget Amendment Number 1. Second reading ordinance extending permit parking area 6 to include the 1100 block of Kingwood Drive. The single reading ordinance authorizing detailed design development for library renovation based on the June 2016 concept design. A single reading ordinance authorizing execution of a grant agreement with the Tacoma Park Independence Day Committee. A resolution providing for the City Council's summer recess. A single reading ordinance authorizing the purchase of 6 vehicles for the police department. A single reading ordinance authorizing purchase and installation of police vehicle equipment. A single reading ordinance authorizing a contract with Complus Data Innovations for parking ticket management. And then tentatively, possibly, a resolution appointing residents to committees. So that will be next week, and then if we get through all of that, the City Council is on recess for the month of August. All right, so that takes us now to public comments on our voting items. Our first item tonight is the first reading ordinance extending permit parking area 6 to include the 1100 block of Kingwood Drive. Would anyone like to speak to that? No? All right, our second voting item is a resolution commenting on the revised site plan application for 6413 Orchard Avenue. Any comments? Okay. Third voting item tonight is a resolution adopting the streetscape manual. Okay. The fourth item is the second reading ordinance approving the franchise agreement with RCN. Any comments? Right. Our fifth and final voting item tonight is a resolution authorizing an agreement with Montgomery County concerning the RCN cable franchise. Any comments on that? No? All right. So Then now we move to public comments on the Tacoma Junction Development Agreement. Wow, that was fast. Before you start, I have a few comments, Ms. Dilch. First, I want to thank everyone. Thank all the residents so far who have engaged in this process by sending in emails, attending our council meetings, the open house on Monday night, having other individual meetings, and calling each of us with your comments and questions. We had a great attendance at the open house on Monday night, and I want to especially thank the staff who put that together. You know, over the past year, we have discussed how stressful it can be to have these conversations. There's a lot of information, a great deal of passion, and a concern by all of us to get this right. And as I said back in March, it's important as this project is, more important is how we all work together as a community on the project. And we may disagree, and we probably will on some of the components, but if we do that respectfully and constructively, we can have a project and a process that we're proud of. And I would just like to say, from at least where I sit, over the last couple of weeks, we've been really reaching that goal. The conversations have been very constructive and helpful, and I just want to thank everyone for that, and I hope we can continue that over the next couple of weeks. It became clear to me on Monday night at the open house that some folks are coming to this conversation a little new, and it's good to remind people of where we've been. So just to remind folks that the city purchased this lot in 1995 for the purpose of stabilizing this small but important historic neighborhood commercial district and facilitating the revitalization of the area. It had been at that time and over the years the intent to develop the lot. The city also had a Tacoma Junction Task Force. This was a council-appointed committee that presented its final report in February of 2012. It had the following mission statement when it presented to council, and the council before this one reiterated this mission statement in its resolution when we selected NDC as our development partner. And what we reaffirmed last year is that Tacoma Junction, predominantly located in the Tacoma Park Historic District, is a small commercial district in the heart of a residential community with historically significant resources and a vital fire station that should encourage motorists, pedestrians, and bicyclists to slow down, relax, and shop while functioning adequately as a link within the local road and transit networks, encourage sustainable commercial opportunities, and provide convenience to local consumers, serve as a cultural meeting point for old and young in a diverse community, blend harmoniously with adjacent residential neighborhoods, and all in a forward, attractive, and environmentally sensitive way. These are our overarching goals for this project, and our resolution last year and the draft development agreement that we are discussing provide more specifics for this. And as we go through this process and have our community input process, we will also be putting more details to these overarching goals. In addition, I just want to reiterate what I think all of us on council have said, and we stated last year, that we recognize the important role that the Tacoma Park Silver Spring Co-op will play as the anchor tenant in this location, and that NDC has indicated it will work to assure the co-op's continuity of operations during construction. And it is our strong hope that we can reach an agreement can be reached between the co-op and NDC, and that we can move forward with the community engagement process. A few weeks ago, I just want to remind folks that the council discussed inquiring of both NDC and the co-op if they would be amenable to mediation. I believe we've heard back now from both NDC and the co-op that they are, and we'll be looking forward to fleshing out that more. So what are we doing here tonight and next week? As I said, we've selected NDC as the firm to partner with on this redevelopment, but we have not, over the past year, had a formal contract with them. As my colleague, Councilmember Schultz, likes to say, we have a handshake agreement. And what we're doing is actually signing a real legal document to say we have an agreement. Once we sign that agreement, that's when all the fun gets to start. We will have our community process, traffic studies will start, and many things will get going. A main component of what will happen once we sign the development agreement is the community input process. And I just want to remind folks that we will have a council-appointed Community Consultation Process Advisory Committee that we will vote on next week. And I would please ask the committee members that their first task be to rename themselves, because that's a terrible name. But that this committee will work with the City Council and with NDC in a process to guide the community participation in this. So enough of me talking, and I know all of you have comments. I know the general manager of the co-op had requested extra time this evening, but no one else has, so everyone gets 3 minutes. Ms. Deller, did you want to start us off?
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm Joe Edgell. First thing I wanted to mention is with respect to the junction, I wanted to thank city staff for contacting me in my capacity as chair of the Safe Roadways Committee to talk about traffic study and parameters. We do believe, however, that the traffic study should be a commitment in the development agreement. And I know that's not the city's plan, but we disagree with that. We want to urge you to consider adding it to the development agreement, because we think the city has more leverage now than it ever will, and getting a commitment out of the developer to participate in that process we think would be very useful. We also would urge the council to use the parameters that the committee set forth, including the computerized simulations of different junction configurations that we recommended when you ultimately do decide to do a traffic study. We think that would be very, very useful. With my remaining 2 minutes, I would like to turn to the other item that you have on your agenda, which is the election. I know you all are talking about one-year terms, and I know there's some concern that some council members have about extending your terms beyond the 2 years and doing it as a 1 year instead of a 3 year. I'd like you to rethink that. For an incumbent, it makes sense to, it's easy to run for re-election. But for new people who may be running for election, it's a real pain in the ass to try to do 2 elections back to back. Basically, you would run for election, you would serve a 1 year term, and during that 1 year term, you'd be running for election again. That's not fair to the people who aren't incumbents, so I'd ask you to reconsider going for a 3 year term. I think there's also a fiscal benefit to the city by doing a 3 year term instead of 2 back-to-back 1 year terms. I think it's easier on the candidates and easier on the city as well. So please reconsider and consider a 3 year term. Thank you.
Good evening. Robert Anderson, Woodland Avenue, Vice President of the Co-op, as if you didn't know. Last week I presented a series of videos that shows cars illegally coming around buses going into oncoming traffic at the junction. I also showed 2 pictures, an initial plan and a current plan of possible loading dock areas for 18-wheeler delivery trucks that were designed by the current developer, NDC. The initial plan was from 2014. The latest picture given to the co-op this June supersedes the initial plan that NDC showed in May 2014. The latest plan, shown here in the upper left-hand corner, has a street cutout loading area in front of the development. While it shows a drawing, in a drawing what the dynamics might be, a computer guru thought that a more reality-based picture might show that concept better. The large colored picture here is a Google Earth image of the junction with a truck path for the cutout shown in the picture in the upper left, superimposed in green. As you can see, in order to make the turns in and out of this cutout, the 18-wheeler would have to cross 2 lanes coming in and cross both lanes again on exit. The exit is where the cars are as they make their illegal move around the bus. Again, this is an exact superimposition of the NDC plan. People in the audience have copies of this plan. The council does have copies of this plan, and this plan will be on our website. This picture will be on our website as of tomorrow. We would indeed like to have an agreement. We would indeed like to go forward with the procedure, but it has to work for everyone. Thank you.
Howdy, Ryan McAllister. I would just agree with framing the co-op as an anchor institution. It's certainly very important to everybody in my neighborhood, and I was worried when I heard that that the developer had removed the co-op's ability to say, no, this doesn't work for us from the contract. So I would like to ask you to reject that change and to give the co-op the ability to have veto power over whether or not it works for them, because they're so important to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Royce. I live on Park Avenue. I've got some comments associated directly with the development agreement. I just wanted to say the city-owned lot is a small lot, as everybody knows. I'd like to see all references to residential units eliminated from this document. This is a business district. Residential housing does not need to be crammed into such a small space. Also, in section 6.A.4, there's a reference or a section titled Public Gathering Space. I'd like to see that revised, and instead of making a reference to a public gathering space that the developer needs to include, and maybe these are just semantics, I'd like to see a public space. Or instead of a public space, I'd like to see outdoor spaces created for customer use. Again, this is a very small lot. I don't think we need a public gathering space. We have the gazebo for that. And this would be a great way for some new tenants with restaurants. They could have a rooftop space for dining. They could have ground level dining or on a deck as a customer's outdoor space. Section 7.D.I makes reference to construction of an underground parking garage, and I'm kind of late to the game here. I don't know if that's a given, but when I read that, it sounded like this is definitely what they're going to build, an underground parking garage. Again, for this development agreement, and maybe this comes under some other contracts with the developer, I would encourage the city to include language in the agreement that requires the developer to prepare a site-specific health and safety plan that all contractors who work on the site will be required to read, sign, and adhere to during construction activities. And I would also urge the city to include language in the agreement that requires the developer to communicate to the city if any unsafe conditions are encountered during construction activities on a daily basis. Lastly, I hope the forward momentum keeps going forward. I hope none of the council members up here feel like they can be held hostage by the co-op because they can't come to an agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcy Stickle, member owner of the co-op. Our Tacoma Park Co-op is a longtime treasure to be cherished and nurtured. The co-op is our Tacoma Junction anchor, helping us to thrive, whether we are a member owner, as I am, come from nearby, or seek out from further away to partake of its goodness. We must treat the co-op as a proven perpetual anchor it is. It is an expert in marketing. We respectfully request that the developer and the city treat the co-op as such, working together as equal partners to ensure that the co-op doesn't just survive, but also thrives during all stages of the project and meets the co-op's expressed critical expert requests. We are certain that the talented developer can create a design or designs that accommodates these critical co-op requests. The ultimate result is that we all can thrive. Thank you.
So am I supposed to say my name and address?
Yes, yeah.
So, yeah. Mark
everyone has
Elridge,
to follow the
8001
rules.
Sligo Creek Parkway, Tacoma Park. I'm not coming here as a council member or any other official capacity, but I've been involved in this for a long time, and in fact, I was involved in the first effort to redevelop the site. And I have scars from trying to discover where the sewer was in back. And I was part of the, worked with Joe Klockner, and we dug the test pits on the site to understand what was underneath the asphalt, how you would drain it. So I have fairly intimate knowledge of how this property works. And I've, long experience with the co-op because I was one of the founders of the co-op. And I say that, from my perspective, you have here a community grocery store, which most communities would be envious of. Most communities go berserk when they lose their grocery stores. They view that as a sign of serious decline, and you have a gem which a lot of people don't have, and I think it's important to make that front and center in your considerations. From my experience with dealing with developers, which I had both on the council here and I've had joyous experiences at the county level, I think it's really important to get what you want in a negotiation up front, and that the less you leave to the details after you sign an agreement, the better off you are. The county just went through an experience with an agreement we signed in Silver Springs on a project, and somebody won a bid, and the bid was they're going to pay for the entire renovation of the library, the part they're going to use. And then Monday we were discussing whether or not to do a $174,000 grant to pay for renovations of the space after they had won the bid, after everything else. So I've seen how things morph, and I worry about that in regards to this project. So I think you've got a delicate balancing act, but if you cannot refrain from signing an agreement until you've ironed this stuff out, you've got to give yourself a clause in there that's your clause that allows you an exit without penalty if you can't reach agreement. Because if you truly want this thing to work and you need to accommodate access to the co-op, I don't think you have to, I don't believe you have to accommodate everything everybody wants, because not everything everybody wants is what everybody needs. But the things that they need, you should be able to accommodate. And if you can't assure that the things the co-op needs to continue to survive will be accommodated, then I would ask you to make sure you've got a clause that lets you walk away, and walk away without penalty. I'd hate to see you all lose money trying to extricate yourself from a deal. I don't envy you in this, but I think you've got a difficult job trying to make that site work, as does the developer and as does the co-op. So I wish you luck, but be careful. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's hard to testify after a political rock star, but I'll do my best. My name is Denny May. I live on Willow Avenue. Let me first express my very sincere appreciation and admiration to the mayor and the council members for being such incredibly devoted public servants for your hundreds of hours of what must sometimes seem like thankless work doing the city's business. I have personally seen the mayor and council members at community events for the past 3 nights in a row. And I know this time comes out of your precious family time. It must be especially hard for you to work for years on a project and then to have to listen to comments from people like me who missed out on most of the early stuff. So I apologize for that, and I thank you for your patience, tolerance, and hard work. That being said, I have to express my deep concern on what appears to be the train leaving the station on the, from my perspective, the train leaving the station on the Tacoma Junction development process. When I heard Sarah Daines state last week that, quote, there may not be a wealth of options for moving traffic within the site itself, unquote, and that the co-op might not end up with, quote, options they are accustomed to, unquote, and further, that there were protections in the original development agreement for the city to walk away from this after the LOI period without penalty, but that language was removed after discussions between the city and the developer. This leads me to agree with what I think I heard Councilmember Mayle say last week, that this gives the developer way too much control in this process. Tacoma Park has 20,000 residents. The co-op currently has 9,000 members and a customer base of 15,000 people. Imagine that. 15,000 customers and a city population of 20,000 people. just like Mark said, cities all over the country would kill for an anchor food store like that is walkable to much of the town, not to mention that it's $3 million in profits, stay local, that it provides living wages and excellent health benefits to its 40-plus employees, and that it is engaged in a number of projects to increase healthy food access to people in need. We need to be perfectly clear from the get-go with the development agreement what we want. I can promise you that many co-op members will work very hard to encourage the co-op to be cooperative in this process, but we need to be loyal to our unique anchor store and call the shots with the developer and not the other way around. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Roland Weiss, 44 Columbia Avenue, right at the bottom of the wooded lot. I wanted to second the thank you for all of your efforts generally, and I know the time-consuming process that you're going through. I appreciate it. I'm only speaking for myself. I've lived in the area at 44 Columbia since 1984. Since that time, I've seen innumerable proposals flow through, and developers, before it was a city lot. And none of them worked out. The only one that actually got any community acceptance is the one that Mark led. And they couldn't get the financing in the end. So based on all of that, this is the first time where I really see that there's a shot at improving the Junction area. And I hope it goes forward. I support the co-op being the anchor tenant. I understand that the council is considering other amendments to the agreement that would help reassure the co-op of that, and I support that. If you need a little extra time, then I think that would be worth it. On the other side, I'm concerned that if this agreement collapses, I hope that nobody's thinking that there'll be another chance, let's say, for the co-op to develop the site. I think if this collapses, nobody's going to have the appetite to go forward. I think we'll have a parking lot like it currently is, and we'll have a co-op like it is for probably as long as I'm living here. I'm glad to hear that both sides have accepted mediation. I think that that's good. You might need some technical support on that as well as legal support. My basis for that is I was involved in working out the site plan for the fire station, which was perhaps not as contentious as this, but pretty close. And the way that got worked out was the city sponsored a meeting that was facilitated by a planner that they engaged. And the point here is every group had to give up something they held to be really important. Carroll Avenue gave up a house. On the rear side, we had some intrusion on the wooded lot, etc. Everybody had to compromise. And if we hadn't done that, we wouldn't have a fire station there because at the time the county was eager to actually pull out the fire station. So basically my thought is, please compromise.
Hi, my name is Karen Howard. I recently purchased a home in March of 2013 in Tacoma Park. I grew up in Howard County, and both my parents are educators in Montgomery County. So it's important to me to make sure that the community in Tacoma Park kind of keeps the nice feeling that is here and that I've grown to really appreciate over the last couple of years living here. It really feels like home to me now, and I appreciate when I go into D.C. that I'm able to say, no, my home is Tacoma Park, Maryland. But I will say that I do have to go into D.C. often, not only for work every day, but for amenities and for facilities. I think it would be very good to Tacoma Park to bring some retail businesses here, and I think that the council should move forward in agreeing with or signing the resolution or passing the resolution to move forward with development. I certainly think it's important to take into consideration all the comments that have been made tonight. They're all very good. I have visited the co-op on a couple of occasions, and I've also kind kind of looked at the area and thought, wow, you know, this is a really nice little nook in the center of Tacoma. But I also think that more should be brought to the area, and I am very much supportive of that. So thank you all for your time. I know it's a thankless job that you do, so it's really nice to know that there are people working on my behalf in this town, and that you guys are seriously considering all sides of the equation when it comes to not only this development, but all the other issues that come up as well. And thank you, Mr. Schultz. I've seen you around the building very often at 7333 New Hampshire.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you for letting us speak here today. My name is Bodil Melanie, and I live on Sycamore Avenue right across from the small loading dock, and I have lived there for 26 years. I have shopped the co-op. I'm a member. I've shopped there since before they moved. And when they moved to Tacoma Park, I had first-hand knowledge of what happened when 18-wheelers was tried to be brought in to the loading dock on that side. They ran into my garden as they were trying to extricate them from the intersection of Columbia and Sycamore. So I have a very selfish reason for trying to impress on you that that is not the location for large trucks. Small panel trucks is another issue. I was not encouraged on Monday when I talked at some length with the developer's representative, and he was quite evasive and finally admitted that though a traffic study had been done prior to that, and it seemed clear that maybe only panel trucks could unload in that area, all options were still open, and that gave me a great deal of pause. I'm afraid that more traffic and large trucks will significantly diminish the property value, which is what's going to pay for the rest of my life. So I thank you all for working so hard for us, and look forward to that you continue to take the citizen into consideration as you decide. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shirley Blaise. I'm from Haiti. I'm working for Co-op. I'm a team member of the Produce Department. I love working with Co-op. Co-op helped me to get my health insurance. And not only me, my other co-workers as well. This is a great place to work for. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ellen Zabian. I've been involved with the co-op since Kay Cohen dragged me in after living at Sherman Avenue for 1 year and said, you need to be part of this. I am an attorney by trade, but I also teach entrepreneurship and business development at GW. So I feel I come to the table with two attributes that hopefully will be helpful, and I guess Kay thought they might be helpful. Compromise has been discussed. I think there could be contingency clauses that I would add into the agreement, and if my opinion is sought after, I'd be happy to work on that contract itself. That's what I do. I am a transactional attorney, and it currently has a no competition clause, so the co-op will not be competing directly as defined by what is competition. And I think the thing that I'm always amazed with after having meeting after meeting in my house, outside of my house, at other people's houses, is that what is happening with the landlord that owns the co-op building, and how can that be developed? Perhaps there can be some configuration within that to better the building, and maybe there's some way that the council can encourage the current owner to
work more efficiently within the space that they have developed. I am a landlord, I own multiple properties, and I'm constantly looking at things. We had Storm Sandy. I had to reevaluate how my house was structured. Did I want to raise it? There's things that change. And Storm Sandy definitely gave me some evidence of that. The other thing is, I've always found my students come to me with great ideas. And it's easy to poke holes in a figure, in a speech, in the 4-page document, you know, the 4 corners of the document, and say, I don't like this, I don't like this, this is not good, this hurts me, and so forth. But what I tell my students is, instead of just coming to me and negating it, come to me with a solution, ideas, and more importantly, how are you going to support those ideas? So in this case, it might be going out and getting another developer that would be interested in that new idea. So I really urge the council to consider that carrying out ideas is not the solution, okay? Carrying out concepts with backers might be the solution. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Bassett, and my family and I live on Boyd Avenue. I'd like to thank the council and the community for taking the time to listen to these points of view and to recognize that the co-op is a beloved by many and respected institution in the community. It has an organized and vocal group of supporters, but that organized and vocal group of supporters is not representative of the entire community, that there are many people in the community who cannot afford to shop at the co-op because of the prices of its goods, that the co-op is a business, and as one of the supporters of the co-op said earlier today, it's a profitable business. It's a business that has apparently had $3 million in revenue, and it is an entity engaged in negotiations with developer as part of this process that will be, I'm happy to hear, engaging in negotiations or mediation, and that although it is appreciated by many in the community, it is a business entity and one that the city ought not further tip the scales in favor of. There are non-competition clauses in the agreement. There is the recognition of the value of the co-op as an anchor institution, and I think those are all to the good. They recognize the benefit and the respect the co-op has in the community, but to not further skew the process in favor of a vocal set of the community, and to make sure that the community input process from here forward, which I would be very happy to participate in, is open to and inclusive of voices that are not part of that vocal constituency, but represent other voices in the community that aren't necessarily, wholeheartedly for the co-op's perspective. I do see that the development agreement as developed has many exit clauses for the city in light of various contingencies, and I think that it's to the good that the city maintains a level of impartiality in this process that doesn't give undue influence to the co-op. Certainly those voices deserve to be heard just as any others, and the voices that offer alternative perspectives deserve to be heard as well, and I appreciate you being open to that today, and I look forward to being further involved in the process. Thank you.
Do I push a button?
No.
Okay. Betsy Taylor, Willow Avenue. Thank you so much. I know how hard you've been working on this, and I really do appreciate it. I'm here, as you know, because I sent you by email today earlier a petition and letter to the council and mayor from over 550 people in the community who support the development, who support revitalization of this area, and all the jobs and excitement that can bring, but that also want to do it in a way that ensures the health and survival of the co-op as the anchor tenant. And we recognize that the co-op may need to adapt, will need to make some changes as the development proceeds, but there are certain needs that are critical for it to actually just function. And the letter that I'm going to give you just in a moment asks that you take action to ensure adequate parking, room to expand, a loading dock, and the ability for the co-op to remain open during redevelopment. Not one of these fundamental issues has been resolved after months and months of conversation, after lots of verbal reassurances that these things will be taken care of. So it's worrisome. We urge you not to sign the development agreement as currently drafted because it leaves a resolution of these fundamentally core issues to the developer who, after 150 days, can opt out. We urge you to amend the draft agreement in Section 4 and Section 6 to maintain the council's authority over the process and not cede that authority to NDC. Finally, some say any agreement that gives preferential treatment to a for-profit is wrong. But this is done all the time. Baltimore is giving tax incentives to get grocers into neighborhoods. Many places provide free policing and security. Some provide direct financing or free space. We're not asking for any of that in this letter. We're simply asking for language that would provide for fundamental operating needs of this anchor store. And I just want to reemphasize the friends of the co-op who have signed this letter have all said in the letter they want the development. They don't oppose the development. They just want it done in a way that allows us to engage to support the co-op. And I also just want to thank people over the last few days who've been reaching out, Neil Cohen in particular. Really good conversations going on to try to build bridges so we all win. There should be a way to do that.
Thank you.
So I'm going to wear two hats if that's all right with you. My first hat is, my name is Michael Tabor on Erie Avenue, 28-year resident of Tacoma Park. Michael, I couldn't be here because he's actually on the farm growing the produce that arrives at the co-op. He understands the loading dock issue because he delivers produce to the co-op. So this is his statement, and then I'll become somebody else. I met the staff and head honcho of NDC this last Monday at the Monday Firehouse Open event. I appreciated the fact that this is a serious and energetic firm that has already put time and money into coming up with what they represent as a workable plan for TPSS and our community. However, I came to the conclusion that their previous developments were aimed at more urbane and upwardly mobile communities, and that we would not be able to come to an understanding about the unloading and delivery issue, and more issues would arise during the development of a new facility. We here in Tacoma Park, this is Michael's words, are a contentious, obstreperous, and obdurate lot. Our council and co-op are in for a lot of sorest grief if we go ahead with current plans. Rather than cost NDC and our community and council a lot of trouble now and in the future, I suggest we stop the process. The city can sell TPSS its investment, taking away taxpayers' investment. TPSS can develop and manage its own expansion. The council will have oversight and approval. Everyone will be happy, live long, and prosper. Now I'm me again. Okay. So I'm Esther Siegel, Erie Avenue. I know about the dark side of trying to work with developers because of problems our 43-year-old farm market is experiencing in Adams Morgan. That community is in contention with a developer whose attitude is to come into a neighborhood, destroy the heart of the community, build a monstrosity, and leave the community to live with their creation. Many of the longtime active community members are heartsick and are organizing to prevent outsiders from forever changing the spirit of their community. Their experience, sadly, is how it seems many large developers operate, in their own financial interest at the expense of vibrant and unique communities. Do we really want outside developers to change the soul of Tacoma Park? People travel from as far away as Capitol Hill and beyond Randolph Road out New Hampshire Avenue to shop at the co-op. And people in Park Slope in Brooklyn do everything they can to move into that neighborhood so they can be part of the Park Slope co-op. If someone doesn't want to shop at the co-op, that's fine, but why expend energy to destroy it? TPSS represents the uniqueness of our community. It offers people from 22 nations employment, health insurance, and a path to citizenship. This is the spirit of Tacoma Park. If this really boils down to a loading dock, it bodes ill for mutually working out future issues. But if it is the prevailing issue, then I challenge and strongly urge each of you on the council to spend a week working at the co-op in the loading and unloading department, and then have a meaningful discussion about the need for a workable loading area during construction. I also suggest that if, as Mark so aptly put it, that the agreement is signed before so many things are worked out, maybe the co-op, which the anchor of the development, should determine the process. Let the council tackle all the other problems of running our city and step away from this thorny issue. Let the community and the co-op spirit lead the way. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sabina. I've been living in on Maple Avenue since 2008, and I go to the co-op pretty often. I really love going. I really love the people who work there, and had no idea really of what was happening. They told me that there was some development that was going to be last year, and I just found out now about specifically what was happening, that someone had mentioned to me that works at the co-op that there's going to be some development, and that the issue was they wanted a loading dock so that when their trucks came, they're able to take their food into the store. They told me they used to take it into would have the trucks go into the back. And they just want a loading dock to take their food into the store. And I don't have any, I guess, if they're gonna build, they're gonna build, if they want to build, but at least let the co-op survive, because I don't think the co-op is going to be able to survive unless they're able to have their trucks deliver the food and be able to bring the food into the store. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, it's kind of silly to deny people a loading dock so that they can do that. I don't think that's asking for a lot. I haven't really read all of what's happening, but it hurts me to know that it's not going to be the same co-op that I go to, and it may not be the co-op that I go to. I really have grown to love all almost all the staff there, and it's nice to have a quiet place, and DC is so close by, it's so noisy, but at least the loading dock would be preferable. So I would not like to go with this developer if he is stuck on not letting the co-op have the loading dock. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adam Frank. I'm at 408 Boyd Avenue, and as I think a lot of you know, I am a member of the board at the co-op currently. However, right now I'm speaking as a citizen of Tacoma Park. The council has heard from a few folks that the city shouldn't put its finger on the scale for any existing business. However, I'd like to point out that just in Old Town, currently, the city prohibits parking in the morning 2 days a week in front of Ace Hardware so that they can get deliveries. The city allows sidewalk seating for the Gelato Cafe and the Thai restaurant. City closes Laurel Avenue every Sunday morning for the farmers market. While we certainly support these activities and the city's involvement in them, we see the city's stance in these instances as one that supports business, not one of putting a finger on the scale for any particular business. The city's trying to attract business in Tacoma Park. One would hope that the council would be business friendly. Otherwise, why would a business come to Tacoma Park knowing that it might not be supported by the city when it needs support? Existing businesses need a partnership with the city that ensure that change is beneficial to everyone involved. This is anything but a finger on the scale. It's an appropriate public-private partnering that adds both vibrancy and stability to the community. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sue Immerman. I live in Ward 3. I've lived here forever. Have belonged to the co-op forever, since it was on Sligo Avenue. Shop at the co-op. I'm a business owner at the Junction. I'm a property owner at the Junction. I am here because I think things that need to happen can be made to happen. And I personally need a vibrant Junction that's full of people, and I don't want preferential treatment for any particular business. I frequently visit New York. How anybody gets produce or anything else into the stores in New York, you know, there's a truck outside for a few minutes, and big, strong guys go and they get the stuff inside. So while I think that this is a little bit of a control issue, and I think that there's a lot of other issues that really take precedence over this, and I want to see development as quickly as possible. So that's where I am. I don't really need to belabor it, but I'm doing everything I can to make my business flourish, and I have plenty of challenges in developing my business. And I want to say one thing. The economic development people in Tacoma Park are super, and I just want to, you know, just make a little statement on behalf of Roz, because she's terrific and she really helps make things happen. So that's all I got to say.
Hi, I'm Eve Kenny. I grew up in Tacoma Park, born on Poplar Avenue, and I'm a business owner as well. Sue is my mother. We own Mad Fitness, and we own a property at the Junction. And I'm probably going to say something that's very similar to her, but I want development in the neighborhood. I want to be able to go to maybe another restaurant or have more housing or whatever is going to go there. I want something built in that lot. It's been a parking lot since I've been born. I think I'm 26. It's been there for 25 years. I want something there. And the extra foot traffic is going to be really great for us and for the other businesses on the lot. We're a side of Tacoma Park that doesn't get as much foot traffic as, you know, Main Street. So I would just really appreciate if we got it going. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Good evening, folks. Paul Hubner, Carroll Avenue. I've lived here 27 years, actually. And before that, I lived in your ward on Buffalo Avenue when we were going to college. My concern is, why all the urgency now? You know, 15 months ago, NDC was brought on board. All 4 developers prior to that had a plan with a loading dock in the rear, all 4 of them. NDC was selected. But just 4 weeks ago, they come up with a brand new plan, and they're going to park they're proposing to park tractor trailers right on 410, which will never pass muster. I talked to the NDC pre-development director, and all the discussions they've had with State Highway are preliminary only. State Highway has a problem with vehicular traffic. They have a problem with the sidewalk and pedestrian traffic. They have a problem with moving the bus stop. And it just goes on and on. This will never even get by. So this is just something they threw against the wall hoping it would stick. And then once they get this, they're going to say it didn't get approved. We have to come up with another plan. Well, I don't see why. I don't feel wedded to NDC. They're a for-profit organization. Everybody's talking about how the co-op is this big profitable enterprise. Well, be that as it may, almost every council member up here has spoken strongly about how much they support the co-op because their constituents support it. And there are multiple pages coming around that have been signed imploring you to protect the co-op. This plan, if it were temporary, could possibly fly. I don't know. But for a permanent solution, it's absolutely ridiculous. Ask the 2 business owners if they want to look at tractor trailers parked right across the street, out in the street. This will never get by. It's unsafe. It's going to move the bus stop. I live a block and a half away. It's enough trouble getting through that intersection now. So I would suggest that you not approve this in the short term. This thing needs to go back. They don't have a plan. They had a plan. Oh, we didn't know that the trailers were 48 foot. Well, what do they do for a living? Their plan does not work, and it will not work. So either ask them to come up with a viable solution or start to entertain other potentialities, because this is definitely not working. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Tom Musgrove. I'm the fire chief at Tacoma Park Volunteer Fire Department. I have a couple of areas of concern, and first of all, whoever took this picture with a limited number of vehicles, that's the exception, not the rule. My concern is the pedestrian safety with tractor and trailers not only parked on the street, but also crossing the sidewalk in 2 positions to allow offloading of the trucks. The other safety concern I have is we're constantly blocked right now at the fire station trying to exit. We have lights controlled there, but we often have a major issue. My concern is by putting tractor and trailers there, we're already going to increase our inability to come out and provide the necessary protection to our citizens at Tacoma Park. I don't shop at the co-op. Actually, I've never been in there. I've heard a lot of great comments about it. I think it's probably very good. And one of the things that was said earlier, you have a strong community tie to one of your businesses here, and coming from a place in Rockville, Maryland that lost all of that several years ago through urban renewal, I applaud you for what you have in Tacoma Park. Thank you.
Good evening, and I too want to thank you for all the hard work that you've put in to this project, much of which I've witnessed. I do want to reiterate what many people have said. I frankly was surprised to find that the proposed agreement did not protect the basic needs of the co-op, because I've heard virtually each one of you over the course of the past couple of years make statements to the effect that the interests of the co-op, the needs of the co-op in this project would remain central and would be protected. So I certainly support the notion that either before you enter into the agreement, these issues be worked out, or that the language of the agreement itself be strengthened to guarantee and protect the co-op in its potential for growth and flourishing. I also just want to say that this notion that you all should be neutral in this issue, I don't get. I think this is a gem, as somebody said, and we should be doing everything we can to encourage and protect. But I want to make another point. We are getting close at this moment where NDC, in this process, once we enter into this process, will make a final proposal about how they plan to develop the parcel. If that proposal meets the needs of the co-op expansion and the other objectives of your resolution, if it meets those needs, then great. We have a plan. But if for whatever reason the NDC proposal falls short, I very, very much hope that you don't accept it because you fear to do otherwise would mean failure. I fundamentally disagree with the comment that if we don't proceed with NDC, nothing is going to happen. Originally, you put out an RFP to see what developers could do with on this for development here. And they came in with 4 proposals, and you really didn't like them, so you shifted gears and developed a different plan, which was to work with NDC to see what they could develop. And if that turns out not to be satisfactory, which certainly is a possibility, it will be time again to shift gears. There are many other possibilities of how this parcel can be developed, And many of those have been discussed during these couple of years where we've been talking about this. People have pointed to numerous examples around the country where people have worked out private-public partnerships, community projects that have been enormously successful. The co-op could work out plans with specific vendors to help bring them in. There's lots that can be done. I know some are frustrated at this point that it's taking this much time to arrive at a proposal. But what's going to get built here is going to be in the middle of our city and define our city for generations. We should make sure and take the time that's necessary to make sure that we get it right. Thank you.
Hello, Jesse Hamilton. I live at 11 Philadelphia, couple steps down from the firehouse, right around the corner from the co-op. We're in full support of the proposed development. I myself have worked in retail, both in in the restaurant business in Adams Morgan, as well as Capitol Hill. During their development phases, both of those neighborhoods, the boom on 8th Street, the 18th Street redevelopment project. I currently run a large-scale bakery. I deal with deliveries on a daily basis. It's been my life. A business. I'm a member of the co-op. I shop there regularly. My dog will only eat the dog food from the co-op. My kids will only eat the granola. We have very specific regimen, and we're committed to the co-op. We're committed to seeing it grow within the neighborhood, grow as a part of this development. What we're looking to see people work together to make this happen. And what we're talking about here are logistics of deliveries in business. And when you are the customer, you get to state the terms of that business. If you want your deliveries at 4 a.m., you get your deliveries at 4 a.m. because you know what? You're paying those bills every month. If you need to request that there be maybe a shorter truck, that can be done. Trust me, the people who are selling to the co-op want to keep selling to the co-op, and they will accommodate. The vendors will accommodate. And that's where I think the co-op can work that angle a little bit too. And I think that this is something that's very important in understanding is that accommodation can happen. You can use forklifts, you can use pallet jacks, you can bring smaller trucks. A loading dock, absolutely, a place to park a truck is absolutely necessary. I think that these issues can be dealt with through logistics and working with the vendors. I've seen it done. I've done it myself. I've brought trucks, parked them 200 yards away because we didn't want to disturb our neighbors at 6 in the morning when we were receiving our deliveries. We wouldn't bring them in the front door because that's not something we were willing to bend on. But we worked with our vendors to find a solution. And I think the co-op needs to work with its vendors to help find a solution so that our community can thrive. I think we can all work together, and I really want to see the co-op grow. And it is a special part of our community, but I think this development is especially important at this juncture.
Hi, Rizzy. Hi. I wasn't planning on speaking, and I actually don't know as much as I should about this plan.
Name, sorry,
Nancy Siegel. I live on Poplar. But I do have a couple concerns I just want to highlight, and I'm not even sure they specifically relate to the development plan in question, but I've noticed since all the development, and I realize it's the DC side, that I've been here 23 years. So for the first time in my life, there are traffic jams in Tacoma Park. There are people fighting over parking spaces. I see people yelling out their car windows, profanities at other cars and at pedestrians. So that worries me. So I think about if we're creating more development and we're drawing more people to our neighborhood, I want to make sure that you all, are aware of how we're going to deal with the extra traffic in the area so that it's still is the kind of place that we all want to live. Because we didn't, we moved from Adams Morgan to Tacoma Park. I don't want the community to become, Adams Morgan's wonderful, but, that's not the community that we decided to move to. The other thing, I also heard something that I found really disturbing when I came to the open house, when someone was trying to sell us on the idea of the parking garage that they're going to build to accommodate additional parking. And the person said, well, it's really great that they're building this parking lot because right now that hill is a rat hotel. And I guess my concern is that as my council members or whatever, I hope that if there is a rat hotel in the middle of Tacoma Park, that you guys are on it. And not that you're on it physically, that you guys are dealing with it, and that whether there's a development or not a development, that someone is going to deal with the fact that apparently there's some big rat infestation problem, like a quarter of a block from my house. So that's, and I think the third point I just wanted to make is that, the co-op is important to, I think, a lot of us. And I don't know the details, but I do hope that you all help figure out a solution that works for the co-op, because we don't want to lose them. So, thank you.
Hi, my name is Tabeb Wasafa. I live at 7720 Carroll Avenue. I've lived in Tacoma Park since 2001, and I'm raising my children. I am a very proud resident of Tacoma Park. I've lived in 8 countries and 12 communities. This is where I felt home because our declared value for the common good. And this is my home. And in this little place, so first I'd like to thank the council, the mayor, for your strong and fair leadership on this very delicate issue. I would also like to thank the people who are supporting the co-op so vigorously, so passionately. I wish I had people fighting for my company like that. And co-op is very important. Even though I can't afford to show up there, they sell my coffee, and the workforce represents a very true representation of our diverse community. I love the co-op. That is a characteristic of our Tacoma Park. But that said, that is a public property. In 2011, December 2011, I submitted to the council and the mayor and the council this little proposal I had to build my little first cafe in Tacoma Park as a model that will be duplicated in every other city in the U.S. It is an international trade developed to advance economic development on both sides. I work with 300,000 small coffee farmers who are shunned out or blocked out of the global economical market, and they live in abject poverty. To address that issue, we've developed a little business that had a big impact. It's going to be, God willing, it's going to be Tacoma Glacier Coffee is going to be more than Starbucks is to Seattle. It is a $100 billion business, and it was conceived in Tacoma Park, it was supported in Tacoma Park, and I'm going to die to make sure that it grows and becomes a historical place in Tacoma Park. So in 2011, I submitted this proposal, and I was told it takes a public process. 2011, I've been following this process. I don't have a place. I don't want to open any other place but Tacoma Park. But I don't want to die while this process is being dragged. So I know if there is a way, a will, there's a way. Co-op is important. I, too, important in this equation. So please do what you got to do. Let the co-op survive, but let my dream thrive. Thank you for your attention.
Hi, I'm Ann Hollander. I live at 7904 Flower Avenue. I've been a resident of Tacoma Park for 16 years. I work in economic development as an attorney for the District of Columbia, and in that role I've played a part in probably every major economic development in the city for at least the past 14 years. The co-op is a key, important member of the community, has a loyal and passionate following. The community loves the co-op and hopes that it succeeds and thrives. A co-op by its very nature is a cooperative venture among the participants and the community, and I sincerely hope that it continues to thrive for many years. That being said, this is a public process. There's an RFP. There was an objective evaluation, and frankly, I believe it would be absolutely unethical to favor a private business, even a co-op, over a fair and open public process that carefully weighed the highest and best use for this property. So I hope that things work out where the co-op can continue to thrive in this community for many years, that my child will continue to grow up using the co-op. But that being said, you need to really focus your energy on the public nature of this process. There's more than just the co-op at stake here. There are many other private businesses, people who want to participate in the community and the economic life of this community. And I think that you're headed in the right direction. I would not give particular preference or economic advantage to one entity over another, because to me that's the height of unethical public behavior. And it's just as simple as that. So thank you.
Yeah, he has a microphone. Mr. Lovelace, go ahead. Mr. Lovelace, go ahead.
Okay, this is Pat Lovelace, your official peace delegate, living at 7620 Maple Avenue, Tacoma Park, Franklin. One thing I want to say is I haven't had a cup of coffee for almost 10 years. And I have been looking forward to having another cup of coffee, but I want it to be an Ethiopian cup of coffee from Blessed Coffee down on the Tacoma Junction. I want to see that. I want to see Tababu be able to get what we both want. And I'd like to see other people come down and support us, because he's really good at, because he's the definition of what an activist really is. You fight for what you'll get, and you'll fight non-violently for it, and you will usually get it. And that's what I'm saying. I want to see Tacoma Park supporting Blessed Coffee down on the co-op area. I want to have them have a really good place, a really good standing in there, so that I can enjoy my cup of coffee after almost 10 years of not having a cup for some reason or another. Just lost my taste for it, but I want an Ethiopian cup of coffee at the Tacoma Junction in Tacoma Park. Blessed Coffee. Love you, Yodi Pop. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Want my cup of coffee. Open it up to Blessed Coffee.
Thank you. My name is Neil Goldsman. I'm been a resident of Tacoma Park since 1988. I came here before the co-op was even developed, when it was a sort of like a little hallway in Silver Spring. And just want to let you know that since the co-op has come to Tacoma Park has become a much greater place. It was a great place, that's why I moved here, but it has become even, significantly better place since then. And we all know, that the co-op is a center. It's one of the best things about Tacoma Park. And since they've done so much to make it a great place, I think we should sort of trust them. Trust them to, continue to make it a great place. They've done such an incredible job. They know how to do it. They know how it works. They know what's best for, for their business. And in many ways, the community supports them, and the co-op, and the management and all the people who work there, creates lots of jobs. And I think we should trust them to tell us or give them at least very strongly consider their opinions about what is best for them, and what therefore in many ways what is going to be best for Tacoma Park. I'd just like to add one thing. I grew up in a food business, and I was a delivery boy. I delivered in urban New Jersey, suburbs sort of around New York City. And I'll just tell you how hard it is to deliver and how difficult it is and how much it weighs on your business if you can't get your goods in and out. It's a real problem. So I think I would, respect what the co-op really wants and think very hard about granting them, what they need to keep on developing and thriving their business. Thanks a lot.
Hi, I'm Dan Seligman. I'm actually no longer a Tacoma Park resident, but for 10 years or so I lived at 7327 Carroll Avenue, about 4 doors down from the co-op, and was always a little bit mystified. I moved there in 2003, coming into the neighborhood, whether up Carroll or down 410 from PG County or however you entered, it always struck me that that parcel of land adjacent to the co-op was kind of a gateway to the city. It sort of created a definition for people flowing through our community. And it mystified me why the city that revered progressive causes and greenness, of which I'm part of the green movement, seemed to revere so highly this giant piece of asphalt baking in the sun. And I had the occasion to talk to my councilman at the time, Dan Robinson, about my mystification, and he told me that there was actually a process underway of citizens forming on a task force to formulate some ideas about what might be done with the junction, and particularly the C1 parcel. And he persuaded me to participate on that junction task force, which I did for at least a year. And I think I was tasked by Howard Cohn with negotiating the guidelines, which are buried in there, for what would happen with the C1 parcel. And it was a very arduous conversation with lots of different opinions on all sides. And I'll just for the historical record say that there was a pretty robust consensus, by no means unanimous, that the parcel should be developed, and that the kinds of features that the developer chosen for the project are pretty much in line with the guidelines that we set forth at that time. I think that the co-op's interests are amply addressed in the present agreement to develop the parcel and work with NDC. You can't roll out the red carpet. I think more than the draft agreement has done, without stepping over some ethical proprieties. But I think the opportunity is there for the co-op to expand if it negotiates in good faith with this developer. And I think, I think there's a kind of, as I listen to the comments here, I'm not going to stop right now. I know.
Thank you. We're keeping a tight 3 minute for everyone.
Okay, well, I understand. But the point here.
No, I mean it.
The point is that
3 minutes for everyone.
The point is that there's a false choice here.
Thank you.
And that the co-op's needs are being amply met. And
Thank
that
you.
the city
Everyone
should
else this
proceed with
evening for the
development.
last hour and 20 minutes says thank you. I appreciate it.
Good evening. My name's Joan Meyer. I live at 42 Columbia, which is one of the two houses right behind the co-op and right next to the Green Bank. I've been sitting here thinking about whether to speak because I think this is very complicated, but I think the essence of what I want to say is that obviously I deeply endorse the concerns for the co-op. I would be so sad and so devastated to see the co-op undermined by what goes forward here. And I would frankly far prioritize that over any development if I had a choice. But I recognize that there's a huge amount of interest in the development and that there are many people who are contributing richly to the community who want the development, feel that they need the development for their own businesses, et cetera. And I think what we're looking at as a community here is a way of a question of whether we can get to yes. Can we get to yes between NDC and the co-op? And can we get to yes between the part of the community that's really concerned about Bethesdaizing Tacoma Park, which I think has already begun to happen in some of the development we already have, as opposed to the part of the community that wants to see more, more commerce and more business and more excitement in the community. There are these divisions, they're real divisions, but the real issue, I think, for this council and for the negotiators is to concretize as much as possible what are the things that are essential on both sides, and is it possible for us to find either compromises or solutions that work for both, win-wins, or everyone gives up a little bit but they get enough of what they need, that it's okay. And so far, I have not really heard very much that goes to these specifics in a productive sense. And when I came to the open house on Monday, I spent a lot of the time kind of shuttling between co-op people and NDC people and saying, what is it you need? What's wrong with the proposal? Okay, NDC, why is the proposal this way? Why does it have to be this way? That, it seems to me, we need, whether it's a mediator or a negotiator or a pair of advocates, one on each side, I don't know, but someone who can concretize all of the concrete specific elements. And an example of that, the gentleman who spoke about distribution and being in the driver's seat when you're the consumer, you can tell your distributors what you need. I understand from the co-op and from people who work with organic food that that's not true, that there's basically a monopoly, that they come from Pennsylvania, they distribute to 30 different businesses here, and they are not going to come and bring small trucks just for the co-op. So someone needs to get their hands dirty with all of these details to find out what's movable, what's not. And I hope the council will be prepared to recognize if the only way to get the development is too much of a hit on the co-op and is willing to walk away from that. But I'm not prepared to walk away from it until I know a lot more about the specifics in both directions. So I hope we can go there. Thank you.
Good evening. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Abdi Goulet, and I am the general manager.
I just wanted to check, you did a request before tonight for 5 minutes. Would you still like 5 minutes this evening?
We'll see.
Okay. All right.
So my name is Abdi Goulet, and I am the general manager for the co-op. And I want to tonight to address a few things and clarify some of the miscommunication or maybe misinformation for the co-op, some of the community, and maybe some of the council members. And also I would like to talk about a good faith, because last week some of the council members talked about a good faith between the co-op and NDC. Before I start everything, first I would like to talk about the delivery. One of the audience who mentioned that about the schedule for delivery. I worked for the co-op for 19 years. I know what's really in and out for that business. And to demand schedule for delivery, it's impossible. The co-op is a 9 million business. So I'm going to start for good faith. 2 years ago, the city chose NDC. We endorse, we fully endorse, we want to work with them, and they actually want to, the building we are occupying, call the landlord and ask if they can buy the building we occupy, even though we are working together for the development. The co-op spent $92,000 since this process started. So I just want to make sure people get the fact of that, is the co-op really willing to work with the NDC? If we were not willing to work with NDC, we wouldn't put this much amount of money. The co-op hired expertise, professional legal, development, and they still in our payroll. One of the council members mentioned that the co-op are not interested in signing the letter of intent. I would like to ask you, would you sign something for your house will jeopardize if someone proposed to you? And that's why we are ready to sign, but we have to protect the co-op future. And I think that's one of the biggest obstacle for NDC and the co-op. So in the past 2 years, I think what was missing was the leadership. We have so many meetings with the NDC. We reach them out. Sometimes they never get back to us. We ask them, we want to meet with them. They ask us information, we provide them. And the beginning of this month, June, we got one plan saying that this is your loading dock. Take it or leave it. I'm asking tonight the councilor, as the leader of that organization, the co-op fee is in your hand. You make the final decision. You own that land. I have this lock and the key. And I'm going to quote Council Member Fred Shaw. A couple of months ago, he said, I would like the NDC and the co-op to be in a room. Lock it, throw the key. Well, I have the key for that. But what I'm requesting right now tonight is, in a good faith, the council, the co-op, and NDC to be in a room and come out what works for all the body and the community. Enough is enough, and a lot of people have spoken up how much they care about the co-op, how the co-op is important. I think it's a time right now to be a good faith, to all sit down and figure out what's really works for all of us. And I'm going to say again, the future of the co-op, it's in the council member. And I think we really need to figure out and say what's worked for the community and what's worked for the co-op. The co-op is not asking for any special treatment. We're asking what really works for the co-op. And I don't think that's hard. We have 42 employees who came from different ethnic backgrounds. I'm one of them. That place provides a livelihood, and it's very important. It's been successful. When I started 19 years ago, it was a 3 million business, and I'm proud to say today it's a 9 million business, thriving and growing every day.
That was 5 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Carter Doherty on Crescent Place. I'm up here to report on the status of talks between the co-op and NDC. I'll circulate a longer version of these remarks to the council. I don't have any inside information, but I do have some useful information. Documents from NDC and the co-op's lawyer received under a public records request. My notes from speaking with NDC on Monday night, and a thoughtful email from Catherine Ramsdell, a local real estate attorney, and one bit of information from Amy Barron, an urban planning expert who used to work for the city. I hope no councils or members are reminded to argue that we really don't know what's going on in these negotiations. We do, and now you do. And an agreement can be reached if everyone, to borrow from Mayor Stewart's quotation of President Kennedy, don't fear to negotiate. A solution is within reach. First, the co-op should re-engage with the developer with an eye toward reaching an agreement as soon as possible. Tim Mayle told Tacoma Voice that the co-op has not been creative enough in looking for solutions, and we heartily agree. The letters show that the co-op stepped away from these negotiations in late June and sought out the City Council to seek intervention on its behalf. It was said at the July 6th meeting that NDC presented them with an ultimatum. There is no sign of that drastic step, either in the co-op's letter or NDC's. In their letter, the co-op makes accusations of bad faith. NDC does
redevelopment discussions. I urge you to consider signing the agreement as it exists now, and I think everything will fall in place for the co-op, and I think the logistic issues are beneath the dignity of the council to begin to get involved in directly. So thank you very much.
My name is Bruce Williams, 326 Lincoln Avenue. I just want to say that when I stepped down almost a year ago now from my time sitting at the dais for 22 years, I thought things were in pretty good shape, and I thought that it was actually reasonable and possible that the city would sign a development agreement before I left office. I guess I should have known better. I've been involved with issues in the junction starting in the 80s. I served on various committees. I was even co-chair of what we facetiously called the last Tacoma Junction Committee. It was a major issue of dealing with lots of things on the city, what became the city lot, which we purchased while I was on the council as the Ward 3 council member. I was at the dais when we assisted the co-op in their move to their current location. I have a lot of familiarity with all these issues. I think that you have done an admirable job of furthering this development agreement to the point where it is now. I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's the right thing to sign. I think there are other aspects of this that will flow from that, including the LOI, and I think you've set up a good process, and I urge you to sign the development agreement as it's currently constituted. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Berger. I was figuring on not saying a word tonight, surprise. But I had to stand up here after Mr. Doherty's comments and just add maybe a minute's worth of my own. First of all, I've been at every single meeting that the co-op has had with NDC. I have received every email and sent every email that's had to do with NDC. Not once did they ever mention the possibility that they would finance any of these changes that we would be expected to make. We never got that far. And it's not just the expensive little trucks, it's the warehouse, a warehouse that has to be able to accommodate frozen and refrigerated food, that has to meet all the food standards, extra staff, insurance, and all of that. If we were all talking in good faith, then why does Mr. Doherty know about it and we don't? It's very disturbing to me. And like I said, I wasn't planning on talking tonight, so I didn't bring a pile of documentation. If the council would like, I would provide you with the correspondence with NDC where they said, take it or leave it. Thank you.
Arthur David Olson, Hancock Avenue. I'm speaking on the forest and the ecosystem rather than the loading and traffic trees. The ground lease calls for 4 years with no increases, 2 with 25% increases, and 92 with 3% increases. As staff can tell you, it's hard to get the details of such an agreement right. It's harder to be confident that payments will keep up with inflation. Most importantly, this approach is inconsistent with the city's own rent stabilization laws. I know that such schemes are common in commercial leases, which differ from residential leases. But I can see entering into such a scheme being used as an argument against stabilization, so I hope we'll avoid doing so. I'd actually like to see the lot sold rather than leased. I understand that the council wants to have control over what happens on the land. I believe such control can be achieved using covenants and easements rather than ownership. Selling the lot gets it back on the tax rolls and is the best way to ensure that land tax payments continue, even if the development project fails. Selling the lot avoids the need for city, or rather city staff, to handle landlord chores for a century. Selling the lot provides immediate cash that can reduce the need to go into bond debt. The present day value of the lease payments, assuming the lease's 3% inflation figure, is about $2.9 million. If NDC is entering into the lease in good faith, I'd expect them to pay that amount for ownership. Given the lack of cooperation between NDC and the co-op, you might be like Solomon in such a sale. Divide the lot in two, with a relatively small piece sold to the co-op to meet its needs. It's late to make such fundamental suggestions, but the ecosystem gives me no choice. The council decided on goals in secret, and staff negotiated in secret. Now that negotiations are over, I hope the council will release the minutes of the relevant meetings. And I hope that going forward, the council will conduct as much of its business as possible without doing it in secret. When a sunshine law says something can be done in secret, it doesn't mean it must be. Earlier this year, the council decided to go back to the drawing board, literally, on library renovation. You've been happy with the results. I hope that success emboldens you to revisit the approach to the junction lot. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, staff. Thank you, first of all, for the Monday open house. I agree with Betsy Taylor. We had some really interesting and I think productive conversations. And I think that there is a bridge that can be built here. The gap can be spanned, however you want to work the metaphor. But I think it's going to require creativity. It's going to require creativity on all sides. To answer Ms. Berger's question, the reason we know about the negotiations is we did a public records request, and you can now find those records on TacomaJunction.com, www.tacomajunction.com, and read about the negotiations as reported to the city from each of the parties. And I think they're very illuminating. What I think is illuminating about them is I think it shows that far from being a little babe in the woods needing protection, the co-op is a sophisticated, profitable business that can represent its own interests, doing very well. I think Ms. Berger is an excellent speaker. I think she's an excellent negotiator. I think she's done very well for her business so far in securing a non-competition clause and other commitments from the city. And so, you know, to the extent that's her goal, you know, she's done a good job of it. I don't think that this is a praying developer and a babe in the woods situation here. And so you can see that, you can read the reports to the city, and I think that in those conversations, I really became an optimist, and this is why I'm an optimist. It's because I think the developer is about to spend millions of dollars without seeing a cent for years. So the suggestions that they're trying to put the co-op out of business, or the council is trying to put the co-op out of business, or there's some sort of conspiracy, I just think aren't founded. What interest do they have in spending money not to make money? And if they can turn the key on day one and have a beloved community institution meeting its goals, paying prime rent that is profitable, why would they want to do anything else? As I think has been amply discussed tonight, the city should not be picking winners and losers. The city can be engaged in economic development. That's absolutely fine for the junction as a whole. We see Ace Hardware unloading across Carroll Avenue with a forklift or the little pallet lifter in the morning during rush hour twice a week. They seem to be able to make it work and seem to be thriving and profitable. The Ace Hardware is my co-op. I'm a co-op member too, but I feel more connected to Ace because it avoids me from having to go to Home Depot every weekend and spend more time with my family. You can never find anyone at Home Depot anyway. But, you know, I also think there's this sense from tonight that that people are asking the council to basically play with other people's money. And that they want, you know, you should negotiate for the co-op, have the developer, that really fearsome developer, spend thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then the city can pull out whenever it wants and not have to pay a penalty. Well, I ask you in your own life, when you make investments, do you make investments with promises that someone's going to pull the rug out from under you? They're not going to make that investment. They're going to walk away, and we can't afford it. We've come too far, and the city can't afford to lose this opportunity. So I ask you to please proceed, and thank you very much for your comments. Or for your
Great. All right. Now we will move on to public comments on any other issues. If Mr. Lovelace, all right, we will get the microphone for you. Does anyone else have any other public comments on others? Ms. Machui, please come to the dais. Mr. Lovelace, you can go.
Okay, this is Pat Lovelace again, your official peace delegate. And I'd like to bring up a couple of things that are coming up. Like, I'd like to know, again, the dates and the time on the National Night Out party we're having with the local police to celebrate rising up against crime. I think that's on August the 2nd, but I'm not sure. Also, on August the 5th and August the 9th, we're having demonstrations on Hiroshima and Nagasaki down in D.C. near the White House and the reflecting pools. I'd like to ask everybody in Tacoma Park to come on down, look up the time on the internet, call the Washington Peace Center, call anyone you know, and see what you can do to get down there and sell and commemorate those events with us, because it was a tragic thing. All those people lost in Japan to our atomic bomb, which we continue to build and we have not learned the lessons from yet. And also on August the 13th, we're having a march with the gay community, gay and lesbian community, GLBT group, against the shooting in Florida. 49 people died celebrating gay pride. It's the only thing they were doing down at the Pulse nightclub. And that was a tragic thing. People ask me what they can do to help me, and because I don't appear in good health. What can they do to help me out? I said, come on out and march against nuclear weapons and violence, and come out and march against these national, march out against this national tragedy of these mindless shootings. Try to get gun control. Try to do everything we can to get the guns off the streets. These assault rifles are not needed. They can shoot over 100 bullets a minute in one magazine. They can kill over 100 people. It's not needed. We don't need that. That's a military weapon used in outright warfare only. There's no place for it on our city streets. And I'd like to see other people start getting involved in the world around them. Work on this plastic ban. Make peace with our environment. You know, if you've seen how hot it's been lately, it's been hot enough to make the devil cry. And this winter, we've had some weird weather too. Let's think about what global warming has done to us next time we ask for a plastic bag in a store. Let's think what global warming is going to do to us when we decide to fill our tanks up and go riding across the country in our car. Think about what the fossil fuels are doing to our grandchildren's planet. We got to give this. We're only borrowing this planet from the next ones who are going to come down after us. It's pretty selfish just to use it all up in one day, or one lifetime. So please think about that. And I'd like to thank Doris Thompson for doing this ponytail of mine. She did a good job, and I like to see more people like her.
Thank you.
And there's a lot of people like her in this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Love it, love it, love it.
And Mr. Levis, you're correct. The National Night Out is August 2nd. Ms. Matui?
Hi.
6 to 9. 6 to 9. 6 to 9.
Guess I did it early.
All right, Ms. Matui. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. Hi, thank you for letting me talk. Mary Jane Matui, Ward 2, parents of special needs adults, but I'm also here for my other concerns, mainly the fact of the racial bias in our city. How come all the mostly wealthy white people own most of the property here? I think it's really sad, and you go in the apartments, they're mostly dark-skinned people. I think it's really, really sad, and it doesn't make for a healthy environment. And I also wonder if you have any incentive for first responders to live in this neighborhood, because most of them can't afford it. I was listening to some black leaders on TV yesterday, and they were saying they want people policing who live in the neighborhood to be with them because they trust them more. And it goes for everybody, no matter what your color you are. You would like them to be in your neighborhood. Do you have any plan here? Are you helping first responders to be able to live here? And I think someone here, maybe Mr. Mayo, thought of something, or was talking about all the dilapidated abandoned properties and suggesting we do something with them, which I applaud. Why can't the city do something with Montgomery County or whatever, so we could sell these for lower cost than the $700,000, $800,000 that the properties are going to in my neighborhood? Why can't that go to help some first responders who can't afford to live in our neighborhood? And I'm also, I guess I'm concerned, I'm asking for help. Also could use that help stop all the street gentrification. Please, we don't need speed hump after speed hump, street narrowing after street narrowing done in a politically biased way. $1 million probably spent on 2 blocks in Boyd Avenue. Ridiculous. We didn't have all those things. Get the sidewalks, but don't have to do everything else, for God's sakes. I mean, you know, teach your children to not walk in the street. I mean, for God's sakes, I mean, use common sense. And I have a friend who really could need a wheelchair. She lives in Mr. Siemens' ward, I believe, in the apartments up the street, Parkview. Please help her get an apartment. Get an apartment. Help her get a wheelchair, please.
Give me her
They
name.
can't even afford a car. They're a great
her
family
name.
and a friend. Please help them.
Give me her name and contact information. I have a wheelchair for her.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Materi, and I hope you have time to stay for our discussion tonight of our Housing Reserve Fund, or you can watch it at home, because we will address some of those issues. Any other public comments this evening? All right, we will move on now to council comments. Any council comments? All right, we will move on to city manager comments. Oh, nope, you two's like, it's 9:15. You really have to say? All right, council members.
Wait, go ahead.
All right,
That's all right.
city manager comments.
Wow, terrific. Just wanted to take a few moments and talk about a couple other things going on in Tacoma Park right now. One is that on Monday morning, the Carroll Avenue Bridge will be closed for reconstruction. It'll be closed for a period of a year or more. On the city's website is information about the detour routes and kind of some timing when those detour routes will change for other purposes. One of the things that I want to reinforce to folks is that once the detours start to take place, there may be areas that there's traffic danger, something isn't working correctly. I want people to call the police department so police officers can go to that location, identify the problem, get in touch with the right contact people so that we can address it. People have a tendency to post something on their listserv or send an email in the middle of the night. That is not useful. We need to call the police officers and so that we can get a dangerous problem corrected. If it's not as urgent, there's a number of other places that you can make those comments by email. But if it's a dangerous situation, I'd like it addressed. The other thing is that Maplewood Avenue is having some unexpected construction work on the street through the weekend. We are working and giving a special waiver to allow that construction to take place and get finished over the weekend so that it is free for travel when the bridge closes. Yes, sir?
Yes, I had a number of complaints this week about the traffic, the stop signs at Ritchie and Maple Avenue. And again, you know, very few people actually come to a stop at that intersection.
Okay.
And that problem is just going to be compounded with the increased traffic. So if we could get a police detail out there a couple times, that would help. Thank you.
Thanks. We did this week get some of the stop bars and some other things finished.
Yes, I noticed that, and thank you very much.
There's a couple other very quick items. There's information on the website, on the HCD website section on application opportunities for community grants and CDBG grants. There's also a public meeting on July 26th at 6:30 p.m. in the Azalea Room related to the subdivision proposal for the Ethan Allen and Jackson property. So I want people to be aware of that. I also want to, a couple people have mentioned the open house on Monday, and I wanted to give some special kudos to Ross Grisby, Erica Osberg, and Monique Anderson for their work in pulling that together. That's it.
Councilmember Smith, did you have any questions or a comment you would like to make now?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. All right, let's move on then to our voting session. The first voting item we have is a first reading ordinance extending permit parking area 6 to include the 1100 block of Kenwood Drive. Is there any new information on that? Can I ask?
No.
No? All right, who would like to move that?
I'll move it.
Councilmember Schultz, a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mayor
No?
Stewart, we'll have a number of roll calls.
Right, sorry, it's a first reading ordinance. Go ahead.
Right. No, this is first
one
reading
isn't.
ordinance.
What?
I skipped a week. No.
Never mind.
No roll call.
Right?
Not a
Okay.
roll call on this one.
Right. Second reading, I do a roll call, right? I'm still paying attention. All right, next voting item is a resolution commenting on the revised site plan application for 6413. Councilmember Qureshi, I believe you had a comment on this one before?
Yes, and I would ask if Ms. Grisby is available to just answer a question for me. The residents of the Pinecrest, or the executive committee of the Pinecrest Community Organization, provided additional language in addition to the second to last whereas clause, which I asked and moved to be added to this resolution, which requires that a parking waiver not be part of any future on that site. And sir, maybe you can answer this question. There's additional language that they've suggested which says, quote, "No future alterations of the warehouse building should be allowed without the provision of sufficient off-street parking." It's my understanding that that's essentially redundant. I was just hoping you could sort of clarify that for me or educate me on that.
Sure. So I'm Eric Nosworth in the Planning Division. It is somewhat redundant and might be challenging to enforce because if there's renovations go through the permitting process, which doesn't necessarily require a parking waiver as the site plan review does. And so I think saying any kind of modifications, whether they're fixing their bathroom or doing something inside, would be challenging to actually follow through on. I think the way that the resolution was worded amply addresses the concerns of the community and that were discussed in the last council meeting.
And obviously, if an alteration, I mean, this talks about any alteration, which you raise a good point about, but if we talk about, again, revisiting the idea of a second story, then the parking waiver issue would come up, and this resolution would effectively cover that, right?
I think adding the language is fine. I think it's an ample protection.
But you are correct. This would be an approved site plan, and if you have to alter the site plan, then this provision comes back into play that the council does not want a parking waiver as an option.
Okay, so in light of those representations, I'll withdraw the request to include that language. It appears to me that it may be redundant, and in the event that any substantial improvements or alterations are made, it would come back to us under the resolution as drafted, and I have no further questions on that issue.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to move this?
I'll move it.
Councilmember Qureshi, do I have a second?
Second.
No, I'll take Councilmember Kovar to second that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, then we're on to our third item, which is a resolution adopting the streetscape manual. There was a request for a slight revision
there was
of that.
There was a request for a slight revision of the language, and I don't think that got reflected in this document. It pretty much says what we already have, but I don't have objection, and I haven't heard objection from staff to putting the revised language, and I can read that to you. In the fourth from the end, whereas, the top of the second page, whereas the Tacoma Park Streetscape Manual is a citywide document, the way that the preference is that it would say, with discrete guidance for Flower Avenue, New Hampshire Avenue, and to be expanded in the future to include specific guidance for the Tacoma Park Historic District and residential neighborhoods. And then in the final whereas, it would read, the Tacoma Park Streetscape Manual will be published on the city's website and updated and modified where necessary annually by city staff. So.
Anybody have any questions about those changes? Councilmember Schultz? We're talking about the changes that are being proposed to the resolution.
For the streetscape manual.
The streetscape manual.
Yeah, you don't want to say something about
I know.
So that's not the
yet.
right time?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Kovar? Did you want to speak specifically to the language?
Yeah.
Okay.
I support the addition of that. I know we exchanged some emails, and I certainly understand that there may not have been time to get it all in there now. But I think that there was substantial comment from members of the community to the effect that it was important to ultimately include the residential piece and with a specific reference to the historic areas. And I don't think that was left out or less emphasized in the current version maliciously. It just was not what the focus was. but I do think we need to have that in there. So I think it's an important addition, and I support the resolution with the addition of that language.
Great. Any other comments regarding the additional language? The new language? All right. Would someone like to move the resolution with the new language incorporated? Councilmember Kovar, do I have a second? Someone? Do I have a second? Or?
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Siemens. Discussion? Councilmember Schultz, do you want a second?
I'm not familiar with the new language because I took a break for 96 seconds and lost out. But I do want to comment about the matter of speed bumps in the city. I'm going to support, the resolution tonight because it's important that we get this thing done. But I do think at some point in the not too distant future, I want the city council and residents to participate in a discussion about our design of speed bumps throughout the city. We clearly need them in certain places because they are one of the best tools we have for slowing down traffic. Sometimes it's the only tool that seems to work. But we have two speed bump designs. One sort of the classic speed bump that is used by Montgomery County and the Maryland National Capital Parks and Planning Commission in for example, the various parks that we drive through, Sligo Creek Parkway being a perfect example. The other is what Daryl Braithwaite, Director of Public Works, describes as a bump on a hump. And that's the one that I'm concerned about, because what we want speed bumps to do, basically all of us, is to slow traffic down to at least the speed limit, or maybe 5 miles per hour below the speed limit. And if they can do that, then most of us are going to be pretty happy. But we do not need speed bumps that require you to come to a complete stop in order to go over them. And I have a vehicle that I drive that requires me to do that to get over some of these speed bumps. It also plays havoc on people who have disabilities, physical disabilities, back problems, and that sort of thing. And a member of my family, my wife, has some of those problems, and it's just not right. It's a hazard to ambulances, not so much to police vehicles because they're designed to hit those kind of things hard and go over them, or and things of that nature. But ambulances and other similar emergency vehicles, it can be injurious. It can be a hazard if you don't know this type of speed hump with a bump on it is there. A lot of times the paint with the little arrows wears off after 9 or 10 months or a year or so, and you just don't know it. Now you might say, well, everybody knows where the speed bumps are. Well, everybody doesn't know where the big speed bumps are. I think it's fair to drivers that we have a common design speed bump throughout the entire city, so that people, when they see a warning sign or any indication, will know what to expect and how to drive properly to get over the speed bump carefully without injury to the passenger or a jarringness to the suspension of the car. Now, there's a lot of speed bumps that were built to a different design standard many years ago that we can also drive over, and we know that they're so low that you don't even need to slow down at all. And those speed bumps need to be brought into a standard of conformity. It seems like around the city that almost there's no two speed bumps that are designed the same way. It's confusing. I'm not seeking that we have everything perfectly designed within millimeters, anything like that, but I do think it makes common sense to have a standard speed bump that everybody understands what they do and what they mean, so that we can get around the city comfortably and safely and not have to worry about literally coming to a stop. And we can phase these things over time. And so at some point, I'd like us to be, when we look at other issues in the manual, and then there are other matters that I've been told that we want to address as a policy decision here by the city. I want us to be able to address that at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schultz. And as Councilmember Schultz said, we've had numerous conversations about the streetscape manual and identified a number of policy issues. The staff is keeping a list of those that we will return to probably sometime this fall.
And if I may,
Yeah.
speed humps, the design of speed humps, we have 2 that are in the manual, but the whole policy needs to, can be reviewed by the council. Some issues related to parking, and particularly where there should be yellow paint on curbs or not, is a policy that can that the council can come back to. Specialized materials for sidewalks in the historic district is an item, and lighting poles and design of the types of lights are items that have been raised to us as things that some residents would like to see the council take some policy discussion of and make some decisions on.
Great. Councilmember Mail?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the city staff and the community's work on this document. I plan to vote against it for a couple of reasons that I'll explain, but it's not because I don't agree with a lot of the content in here or the design elements that have been put forward to create consistency in our neighborhoods and mostly deal with aesthetics, but also safety issues, important safety issues. I think the issue of curb painting is an important one, and I'll just use that, recognizing the city manager's comments just now about us going back to that. When we had last talked about this, one of the changes that I identified as being important is in the whereas section, because my belief was that the language is too inflexible about whether this is guidance that is considered or whether this is these are requirements that must be followed. And I find the whereas clauses, which are the staff's, the council's direction to staff, to be too inflexible. In my experience working with the city staff, I often find the answer is no on doing something in a different way. Sometimes that's for good reason. And this document covers such a complex set of issues, a complex set of concerns that apply differently in different parts of the city, that I'd rather see it more structured more clearly in the whereas clauses as guidance, as opposed to the language right now, which says, I think the important part that I see is the manual is intended to be used by all staff. It doesn't offer anything more generally about this being guidance. So, for example, this document says, at the moment, recognizing our future conversation, it says sidewalks and curbs are not to be painted. So that's the kind of place where I'd rather see some flexibility. So again, I appreciate the work. I'm close to loving this, but not quite there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Siemens?
Yes, I certainly appreciate Councilmember Mail's concerns, and I wonder if you would like to offer that as an amendment that we could vote on tonight so that we could pass this. Again, I think the example you gave of needing some flexibility for curb painting is something I'm familiar with in Ward 4, that there's a curve on Ritchie Avenue that is a real problem if their curbs are not painted or if cars park there. And so adding some flexibility for staff to be able to address those particular situations could be very important. So I was just encouraging Councilmember Mail to consider an amendment to this.
Sure.
So the simple amendment would be in the whereas clause that reads, the Tacoma Park Streetscape Manual is intended to be used by all staff. It could simply say is intended to be used as guidance by all staff, and city appointed boards. And otherwise, it reads the same.
I would second that.
Wait, who moved Councilmember Kovar moved this resolution, correct? Then is that amendment?
I think it may not have been moved yet, was it?
It was. I moved it. I asked for it.
I guess I have a question, but I'm not sure.
You can't ask a question until you, did you move it?
I think we moved it before.
Yes, we moved it, and Councilmember Mail put forward an amendment. Since you moved the resolution, you need to either accept that or not.
I'd like to ask my colleague a question, if I could. So, one of the challenges that we've had, and I know we want to get to the other discussions, so I apologize to folks, but one of the questions that has come up, for example, is in the ADA mats at the intersections, wanting them to not have any flexibility in what they do. And so if we say this is intended to be guidance, does that, in the cases where we really don't want any flexibility, give flexibility that could end up complicating what we're trying to do? And that's what I'm trying to understand.
I just respond really briefly and say I think the inclusion of those two words is a pretty subtle change, and I would expect that the majority of time and the majority of instances, city staff would still follow what's in the document. So my guess is that it wouldn't change things very often, and in fact, this debate, taped as it is, becomes the important record of that. So you giving that example, me agreeing with you that that's an example where we'd expect to see it applied consistently. It's a safety issue. There's no reason to see it applied differently. Would make sense.
Okay.
And I also, just to jump in on this conversation, I think the whereas clause 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 talks about to ensure consistency of installation maintenance. I mean, it's in here that the intent of this is for consistency. So I think it's other places implied.
There are, within the document also, there's some things that are more hard and fast that the council has already put forth. So there are times when, even with that language, we wouldn't have judgment, and that's fine. So.
Okay. So is that acceptable? All right. So then we can move forward with, did everyone understand the change and get that? All right. Any other conversation? No? Then we'll take a vote. All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
To vote on the amendment?
As amendment, yeah.
So do you want to vote on the amendment?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Forgot.
Why don't you just vote on the
Let's vote on the amendment first. All those in favor of the amendment that Councilmember Mail has put forward, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay. All those in favor of the resolution as amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. We're good. All right.
Thank you.
Now, Robert Rules
And
of
just
Order.
to be very clear, the original had the corrected language that I mentioned. Okay.
Yes. Great. All right. Now we're moving forward for the second reading ordinance approving the franchise agreement with RCN. Anything from the city manager on this?
The second reading ordinance is the same as the first reading ordinance. RCN's cable franchise has been approved by Montgomery County. Tacoma Park Council also must approve it. Of the various cable companies, they offer the most to the city of Tacoma Park for the kinds of things that the council's interested in. So I recommend the adoption of this second reading ordinance.
Perfect. Would anyone like to move this?
I'll move it.
Councilmember Schultz, second.
Second.
Councilmember Smith. Any discussion, questions? All those in favor? Oh, this is a roll call.
Now she forgot.
Right. Councilmember Kovar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mail?
No.
Councilmember Qureshi?
No.
Councilmember Siemens?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz?
Aye.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes. All right, that passes. Next is a resolution authorizing an agreement with Montgomery County concerning the RCN cable franchise.
Right. This is the agreement, as all the cable franchises have, about how we work with Montgomery County on their oversight, which is a fairly significant amount of work for consumer protection, as well as the other kinds of things that need to be, that the company needs to be held to the terms of their franchise agreement. There's quite a large staff with Montgomery County that enforces the franchise agreements. In this particular case, there's only a few of the municipalities in Montgomery County that have RCN as an option within their municipalities. Tacoma Park has by far the most residents with RCN. So one of the provisions here is that a high-definition digital video channel for government use would be shared by these, but it would be predominantly for the city of Tacoma Park.
Okay. All right, would someone like to move the resolution, please?
I'll move.
Councilmember Schultz, a second.
Second.
Councilmember Siemens, any discussion? All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed as well.
2 opposed. 5 ayes.
Thank you.
All right. I am now going to suggest to my colleagues we do a slight shift in the agenda. We have members of our Elections Committee here to move to our discussion of alternatives for election synchronization, and then move to the Tacoma Junction development agreement conversation, and move our housing reserve fund to last. Okay, good. All right, then let's do it. Let's do the elections next.
If I could take a moment to start to talk about the charter amendments. So where we are right now is the city attorney, in coordination with the Board of Elections, has drafted charter amendments that would change the date of the city election. And additionally, two other amendments. One would change the date of the nominating caucus to move it earlier in September to allow more time for absentee ballots to be prepared and sent out. So the suggestion in this amendment would be to have it the second Tuesday after Labor Day. And the other amendment that the board is proposing is to have to allow 48 hours after an election, after the closing of the polls, to certify an election. And that is just in case there is, with additional voters, that in case it's more difficult to get a certified result. So that's the first thing before you, and this is just if the council decides to move forward with the charter amendment, this is the proposed language. And the second thing this evening is Marilyn Abbott, Chair of the Board of Elections, is here to talk a little bit about what logistics might look like in the event that you choose to change the date.
Great. Ms. Abbott, before you move forward with that, I appreciate it, could we just talk a little bit about what the goal is for our conversation this evening and what you need for all of us?
So what we need is a thumbs up or thumbs down, whether to continue the process and continue to pursue holding a concurrent election with Montgomery County with shared polling sites. And if the council wants to continue along these lines, we would work with the Montgomery County Board of Elections to come up with some kind of agreement on sharing the polling places, and would also start the charter amendment process in September. So that's what we need, just to
say whether or not we want to keep going.
Moving ahead with this.
And then there would be discussions. There would be the discussions in September. That would be a more full discussion.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Abbott.
And in anticipation of the council wanting to move forward, the board has done quite a bit of work on looking at logistics and possible costs. And we've looked at the 2017, 2018, and 2020. We actually look forward on 3 of the elections. In looking at the 2017 election, which would be next year, we just determined that would be conducted very similarly to the last year completed, with the manual processes and our locations and here in the city. In looking to 2018, we know we would need to, let me say one more thing, in 2017, we would also in 2017 start refining procedures in anticipation of going to 4 precincts and having 4 locations, and different things that would be involved with that, like more comprehensive closing procedures and how we would bring all the information together and have chain of custody issues. In looking at 2018 election, we anticipated the 4 locations with Montgomery County, and looked at that with need to further refine procedures, and also try to come up with issues that we would talk with the county about to make the voting experience a good experience for our voters. And we came up with 4 main issues just to begin with, one of which is like coordinating check-in with Montgomery County, of trying to eliminate the possibility of a dual check-in if we are just co-located. We talked with them too about same-day voter registration, at least in early voting, to have a communication back and forth, so a voter who early registers with this county, we're aware of that, we can have them vote in the city early. We also need to talk with the county about whether they would allow us on early voting to just use one of the early voting locations, or if we would need to try to staff all of them or none of them. We looked at the numbers of people in Tacoma Park who vote early, and not about 95% on average of the Tacoma Park voters who vote early used Silver Spring Civic Center, and we'd like to propose to the county that we'd be able to have some kind of a presence at that center. Our anticipation is it may be a form of absentee ballot voting. And we also looked at an area to start talking with the county about, with absentee ballots, a way that our voters would not have to request 2 absentee ballots. So for 2018, we've started to identify if we would be together, co-located areas that we would need to work with the county and try to streamline processes, or at least make processes pretty straightforward for our voters. We did look some into cost implications and did some preliminary brainstorming, I guess would be the word, on staffing for sites. And we came up with the staffing of the 4 sites in 2018 would be about equivalent to what we spent on the entire election in 2015. It was approximately $13,000 on staffing. We're also looking into additional costs of whether we want to consider start to use scanners again, what type of scanners are available, because the technology's changed some on us, and we're looking at some kind of communications that we may have between sites, and there are some free options on that we've been discussing. For 2020, the best way to summarize that is we know there'll be a lot of changes. We're just not sure where they're going, but so we're moving ahead on thinking, and that's sort of where our thoughts have been on it.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ebbett, for being here. Mr. Joe Edgeo, made a proposal of extending the elections so that we would serve 3-year terms. Did you guys consider that in your deliberations on synchronizing the elections?
We, and I don't remember the basis on it, but we'd always talked of the 1-year term in 2017 for it to be a 1-year term, not 3-year. And I don't remember, Jesse, or the board members are here, if there was a legal reason or if there was a precedent in the past when elections had been changed, the current council shortened its term. I just don't.
You can come up.
I know, anyway,
Yeah.
We could look at it. It's a better answer.
Okay.
Mr. Olson, do you have an answer?
Yes, simple answer is that the referendum that was voted on called for synchronization in 2018.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That answered my question.
It was us.
May I comment on that?
Yeah, that point. Yeah. Go ahead.
The question that was voted on was an advisory question. That was the way it was written. It doesn't mean that we are locked into what was stated in the advisory question. We don't even have to do any of this. All we have to do is give it due consideration. So if we have the choices of sort of saying, well, we looked at it, but we're going to keep everything the way we are, wouldn't we have the choice of sort of making decisions, which is why we're elected, to sort of say, well, we've looked at this and we think the first time to do this would say a 3-year term rather than a 1-year, and to be able to make the justification. I'm not saying which is the better one. I'm just trying to be clear as to the degree of our flexibility, because I don't think an advisory question controls us at all.
Thank you. Councilmember Mail.
Thank you. Just to stick to the question on the table right now, in my conversations with Mr. Edgell, I believe the suggestion was that the 2017 election effectively be canceled, and thus the term that we're in right now would become a 3-year term.
No.
No, we didn't sign up for that. No, okay.
I didn't say that we did, but I believe that was the suggestion. So the term would go from 2015 to 2018, and then it would be 2 years thereafter.
I'd go along with that.
No, I think he wanted 2017.
2017 to
No,
be 3 years.
that was
Tom
2017,
I mean,
The city clerk is saying it's not legal.
That kind of sounds like, you know, similar to you can't vote an increase while you're in office. So I don't if running is.
You could just cancel all future elections.
I county would like that. Let's give ourselves a raise in the process.
I'm just. It's a question, and my understanding was that was the suggestion. Thank you for your work on this. It's really helpful to hear the progress that you've made on the questions you just described. I appreciate the clerk's information about the potential September meeting or fall meeting with Montgomery County to get, you know, at least a preliminary okay that we would be able to co-locate polling stations. If there's any way that we can help with that conversation, if there's any advance work that's helpful for us to do, then please let us know. Thank you.
Councilmember Cover?
Yeah, one of the questions on the supplemental chart, and I don't know if this would be better directed to the clerk. If you look at the different precincts and how they match up with the wards, they don't really match up that well in the sense that most wards have, 2 or 3 or 4 different polling places, and maybe that's what the result of this is. But what I'm wondering is whether it's at all possible to consider, and I suppose we'd have to work with the county at least on this, to modify the boundaries of the precincts to coincide in some way, or is that impossible because they're used for all these other elections too?
Well, the one thing to keep in mind is that voters are used to going to those precincts for their elections, regardless of what ward they're in. So it won't really be much of a change for those voters. Or is your concern that it would sort of dilute the ability to, for instance, work at the polls as a candidate because there would be potentially 3 polling places?
I'm just wondering. I mean, people sometimes just go to the community center to vote. Sometimes they go to, their precinct. So it's not as if they're going to be, upset if something happens. And I think it specifically says if you go to the wrong one, you would get to fill out a provisional ballot. So it's really just a question of the sort of streamlining factor. Is there a way to do it? If the answer is that it would have to be approved by the state and it's impossible, that can be an answer. I just wonder what it would take to look at that.
We can ask that.
Okay.
Let me just say that. We can ask the question.
Okay.
Councilmember Schultz?
That raises an interesting thing, because when we have 4 precincts, that means those council members who are running, and of course the mayors at large, are going to be splitting their time between 2 polling places if they hope to be able to make themselves visible to voters, which we don't have to do now. So just because there are 4 precincts, I know this is an off-the-wall question, would it, and we want to co-locate and we want to have it at the same time, is it really necessary for us to have our city elections at all 4 of those precincts? Why couldn't we just have them at one of those 4 precincts, so that everybody in the city wouldn't be at the community center because it's not a precinct, but it would be at one of those precincts, and that would simplify your job and your costs immeasurably, and it would still be co-location.
We talked about possibly creating a additional precinct and having it be City Hall, number one, but we talked about just one location, and our voters then would need to come to the City Hall, let's say, to cast their ballot for the Tacoma Park vote, and then still go to the precinct to cast the state or federal.
No, I wasn't thinking so much of having a new precinct just for the city. I'm saying we just choose one of the precincts that already exists.
Well, then the voters who would have, if the precincts would be equal, 3/4 of the voters then have to go to 2 locations to vote.
Okay, well, I guess I'm not getting myself clear.
Oh.
But I'm just trying to think that it would make it would be merciful on those candidates who are running for city council to know that at one precinct, whether it's the one on New Hampshire Avenue or wherever these other 3 are located, could know that all the voters who are voting in the city election could vote at that precinct. Maybe am I missing something?
I think so.
You think so? Okay. It just seems,
The
rather than having
problem
to
is then
spread it around.
everybody would have to go first to their own precinct to vote for the state and federal, and then go to that one, which would sort of defeat the underlying purpose of this, I think, yeah. And probably reduce the turnout, too.
Well, forgive me for thinking out loud.
I just had a couple of questions. On the same-day voter registration, I was unclear if you're a Tacoma Park only voter, like a 16-year-old. It was unclear to me, and maybe I just had a lot to read today, how they would register for.
If early voting would be with the city, either, let's say it's the Civic Center in Silver Spring or City Hall here, we would, one of the things we talked about was always having a presence here as the community center while the election's going on. And we would have our own registrars on election day in the various precincts. And they would be able to register voters at the precinct.
Okay. That was actually it. I only had one question. All right, so I think as the city clerk mentioned, tonight this is terrific information. I'm glad we're moving forward with this, and thank you for providing it to us. There is a meeting in mid-September with the Montgomery County Board of Elections. We will need to do the charter amendment, which we'll start discussing in September, and that will be the time at which we will make a final decision. We will have public hearings and comment on this, whether or not to go forward or not. But in the meantime, while we are on recess and to prepare for the September 19th meeting, could I just see a show of hands of those who support the city staff and our Board of Elections moving forward in this direction? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Is that all you needed? That's it. All right. We are going to take a 5-minute break and welcome the representatives from NDC. Thank you. little behind schedule, but I have to say an hour behind is not so bad for us. Thank you very much for coming this evening. I know you have with you Dee McKinney and Juan Paulo is here. Powell. Thank you. And I just want to say also thank you very much for being at our open house on Monday evening. All three of you were there for the whole open house, and we appreciate that. I'm just going to turn it over to you right now.
How much time do I have?
You take what?
3 minutes.
You can take what you need. I will not be running the buzzer, but thank you for asking.
All right, well, I will not take a lot of time. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council and members of the community here. Very briefly, I really want to come here tonight and in the status report really sort of address three things, kind of things that I heard in the open house. And really seriously, we were very glad to come to open house. We welcome the opportunity to present what, the type of development that we wanted to bring to Junction. And we really welcome hearing the opinions of, people in the community, people that agree with us, love that we're doing, people who had questions, and, people who, were skeptical. And so I really welcome those, and it was great to hear from those and interact with people. I thought it was a great forum and a really great chance to interact with the people that I hope will be, our neighbors and our colleagues and our partners in making this project successful. So thank you very much. So I want to really address three things tonight. One is to give you a vision of the development and our ideas for what we want to bring to the city, to the Junction, just to give you a flavor of the exciting project that, we think that will be a great benefit to the community. We want to address, the situation, our negotiations with the co-op, and I'll, there's been a lot of talk, and, I'll give you, kind of my opinion of where we are and where I'd like to go. And then I'd like to just sort of talk very briefly about, if we do enter into the development agreement, what the next steps will be, both immediately in the public consultation process and then longer term, hopefully, in moving forward and getting the development underway and completed. So start with the vision, and we've thought about this a lot, and we think that we're very excited, and we've done a lot of study. We think would be very exciting for the Junction is something called a public market or open concept retail, and it differs from traditional retail in that it's not just sort of, here's a box of one type of store, here's another box of another, but it's an open retail concept that would incorporate the co-op. And the reason we like this, we think it's very exciting for the Junction and for the city of Tacoma, that it has the feel for the community, that it's inclusive, it has, great opportunities for local businesses. It's not a concept, geared towards national retailers or cookie cutter retailers. It's very entrepreneurial, so it's conducive to small entrepreneurials. It'll be a dining destination, although we'll have other types of things like dry goods. It'll be fun, it'll be engaging, it'll be family friendly, it'll activate the streetscape, it'll bring elements into it of sustainability, it'll be a long-term neighborhood asset. And we talked a lot in the Junction report and the task force study about a community gathering place, and maybe there's some concepts there about thinking about a plaza and outside things like that, but we think that this will be a great community gathering place, and so we're very excited about the concept.
And do you foresee it being 1 or 2 stores?
I think maybe if I could go a little bit further, Councilman Brackett. Okay. So the concept, I don't know, many of you, so what we want to show is developments that some of you may be familiar with. I don't know if many of you have been to Union Market. It's a project in Washington, D.C., fairly new in the last couple of years, off of New York Avenue. It's people think of it as pretty big, but really it's something that overall would be about the same size as the Junction, and it's an exciting place. All the things I talked about, it's got a great mix of, sort of smaller concept, large concept. We're really talking about a dozen or more, to answer your question, types of retailers, and sort of free-flowing. And so it wouldn't be one particular set lineup. There may be ones that come in and they're very successful and great, other ones that might come in, they're trying to don't come on. So it'll be different, it'll change, it'll be eclectic, and it'll reflect, not, just our vision, but the vision of your city. So, this is sort of developer kind of stuff here, but it sort of shows the, sort of the floor plan, with, sort of more larger kind of eating places around the middle, some seating, around the edges, some seating, different types of places to buy things, etc. Another example, I don't know if any of you have been to Philadelphia. This is sort of more of a kind of a Union Market's kind of sort of a new school concept. Reading Terminals is an old school concept. I think it's been in, business for decades, if not more. And it's funkier, it's more organic, it's got people selling all types of things. It's just really a great place. It's, I've been there many times. It's always busy. It's always different. You go, and each time's a different experience, and you meet people there. It's very exciting, and so that's another example. King Street Market, and these are sort of smaller examples, both bigger and smaller. It's sort of a newer concept in Atlanta, more of a just sort of a food kind of concept. Maybe sort of some of the model that we've looked at. And, I always have a problem pronouncing this. Gavin's Fort Market in New York, it's sort of a smaller concept. This one is much more sort of focused on kind of more, more sort of fine dining. So there are different types of things, but I mean, the idea is that we will, this is a concept we're very excited about, what we're going to bring, and we think it'll bring something, and again, that we think will be all the things that you all talked about, in your response, in your, request for responses. That'll be local, that'll be different, that it won't be national chains, that'll be a gathering place for the community, allow opportunities for entrepreneurs, all these types of things, so we're very excited about that. So let's talk about, our negotiations with the co-op. And, I've heard a lot of things, and obviously I'm going to speak from my perspective, I can't get into this, but, I mean, I would just really want to just say a couple of things is that, we're not here to, put the co-op out of business or try to sneak something or do some kind of fast one. I mean, first of all, just from a business perspective, I mean, why would we? I mean, a co-op, as people have testified, as co-op members themselves have testified, is a community institution that's been here, way longer than we have. It's successful. It has lots of community support. It's a, just from a straight business perspective, it's a anchor tenant that's already here. That is, the basis for the economics that we would build this art development around. So if we were just cold-hearted business people, we wouldn't be trying to put them out of business. But, beyond that, I mean, I'm not here and we're not here at your community meeting on Monday and here at, 10 o'clock at night, to, try to put a great business, out. We're not here. We, and I heard people saying, that we're not negotiating good faith. We negotiate in good faith, and I'm sorry that, so far I think we've made a lot of progress. We have some big sticking points, and I understand that, and I understand from your perspective things you want that you're not happy that we're able to provide, and from our point of view, there are things that are very difficult, and this is a tough project. I mean, it is tough to take an existing building that we won't even own and then build a new building next to it, integrate the two, work as an existing tenant, meet your requirements for continuity, keeping open during construction, finding ways to live. I mean, it's very, very tough. And, we are honestly doing the best that we can to do this. I do think there are win-win solutions. I think that it's really, there are three parties in this. There are us as developers and things that we need to make a viable project, to make a financially viable project, and make a project that we're going to be happy and excited to be a part of. There are, needs that you all have. We understand that you need to load. We understand you need continuity. We understand you need parking. We understand that. And then there are also the third party, though, is a larger community. And so it's not just about what we want. It's not just about what you want. It's what's best for the entire community. This is a public partnership, And so, it's tough balancing on those things. We have worked in good faith. I assure you that I have worked very hard, and my team has worked super hard going through alternative after alternative, and someone said it's sort of a take it or leave it, proposition. I mean, it's not that way. We have worked through literally dozens of different potential solutions. We finally, after much work and, much effort and much expense, came to something that we thought was the best that balanced all those three parties, and we put it on and we said, we really tried. We don't know what else we can do, and so that's the spirit. In that, if we are open, if other people have better ideas that balance all three of those, then that's great, and we're willing to do it. But it's got to be a balance. You guys have to give. We have to give. The public has to give to get everything we want. So, we're still there. We've worked very hard. We're still here. We want to make it work because we didn't come here not to make it work. We could go buy a piece of land with no co-op next to it and build something that we didn't choose to do that. We liked you guys, we like your business, we like this community, we like the opportunity, you know. So that's why we're here at 10:30 at night. So what would be the next steps? You know, we've worked close now. If you take the period before we submitted the RFP, through your deliberation process, you know, through some of the early concept stage and through this intense period of the last 6 months, you know, close to about 2 years on this. And so we are really asking the city to recognize that and for us to say if we're going to continue to make this effort and really take this effort up to the next level, that we want you to sign this agreement because we've operated in good faith with you and we want to invest more time, invest more money, and to do that we really need you to sign this agreement so that we all are partners. So once we do that, and hopefully you will approve that, and you know, we've negotiated quite a bit and we think it's an agreement that's fair for both sides, we see a parallel process. We'll continue to negotiate with the co-op, and you know, we'll welcome anybody, you know, this whole thing about, you know, mediation and all this, I mean, it sounds very formal. We're happy to have anybody who wants to be involved, whether it's members of the council, whether it's a, you know, a third party, whatever. It's not secret, it's anything. Anybody come up with better ideas, you know, we're welcome to. That's really what we're about. We're really about creating a development that works for everybody, and so hoping good ideas. So we want to continue on that track, and I, you know, maybe I'm the only one, but I'm really optimistic we can have a win-win situation because you guys have great things that you can do, and I think that we can bring great things and help you be even more successful than you are. So I want to continue that, and I really hope and believe that we can sign a letter of intent. While we're doing that, though, we want to move forward, and so we want to start the community consultation process, preliminary site planning. That will be, again, open to the public. I believe the mechanism is that the council is going to support bringing an advisory board. I mean, obviously, you know, doing all this with 500 people isn't, you know, it's kind of tough, but we feel that the advisory board will represent the community, will be elements of all the community, and we'll do that. We're going to have a process. We're going to have a kickoff event to really, you know, sit there with a, you know, we have some ideas, but, you know, we're open to new ideas, and so we want to go through the site plan, take some ideas, do that, move it through. The idea is that this process will take, how long, I'm sorry?
The community consultation process, 2 months.
Yeah, so about a 2-month process. From that, we'll have a preliminary site plan. And we'll take that and the council has to approve it. Is that correct? So, I mean, your council is not giving up their rights to, you know, this rapacious developer. The council will be involved in that process, and council must approve that site plan for it to go forward. Once we do that, there's a whole, I'm sorry, there's another slide here. So there's a community consultation process that creates, and there's a long set of arrows there, and it's a long, tough process. You know, getting something developed with the public-private partnership in any jurisdiction is tough. Obviously, it's a very impassioned community here, a very transparent community. It'll be even tougher. And then Montgomery County approval process is tough as well. So there's a whole series of steps you can see there. But really, if you look at if we approve this development agreement now and move forward, we're really, you know, looking to a good over 2 years before we can even start construction to get the county approvals and then to do the design for the permits, to apply for the permits, to get the permits, all the work we're going to have to do with the co-op, with their landlord, to do those coordination. It's a lot of work, a lot of time. It's not easy, but you know, we do it because we're very excited about this project. We like doing creative things. We like doing things that benefit the community. We like doing things that are special. I mean, people always ask me, you know, why I got in development. And, you know, I say that, you know, it's really, for me, a creative process that I can take, you know, my friends, my kids, you know, and say, you know, I was part of creating a great project. And I just want to do stuff that, you know, I'm proud of, excited of. And so, you know, that's why we do all this effort. So, excuse me, that's my presentation. And I don't know, am I supposed to take questions or?
I think so. I think we have some questions. Councilmember Schultz has his light on. So, do you need more water? Or you got it. Okay. Councilmember Schultz.
Can you? Thank you for being. Thank you for being here. Can you go back one slide where you were showing the letter of intent? Yeah, the letter of intent with TPSS Co-op. Can you tell us what the letter of intent will mean to you? I mean, you talk about identify issues, find congruence, sign an agreement. What does it mean to you to have this letter of intent as a business?
In very broad terms, I'm not going to get into sort of a legal or financial thing. I mean, it means that we're on the same page, and that, you know, we have a meeting of the minds. That it doesn't mean that every, you know, I is dotted and T is crossed and everything. And you know, the legal part is that it then moves towards a binding agreement between the parties and that. But it means that, you know, we're on the same page, that we agree on how much space they want. We agree on the loading solution. We agree on how much rent they're going to pay. We agree on, you know, the overall scope of development, and that it's in harmony with their business, and that their operations will be in harmony with the rest of the development. So, you know, I guess I'm repeating myself, but it means that we're on the same page. We have a meeting of the minds, and that then we can move forward with the, you know, the detailed planning of the development.
And then let me just turn that thing inside out and the saying that what does the lack of a letter of agreement mean to you as a developer?
I mean, it means we have a problem. I mean, it means that, you know, that we and the co-op are not on the same page, and, you know, that's a difficult decision. Right. It's a difficult decision for the co-op, obviously. It's a difficult decision for us, and it's a difficult decision for you guys.
Thank you. That's the only question I have right now. I have other
Councilmember Mail?
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question, which is this presentation now, because it's on the meeting, will now be a public record. But it'd be really helpful if we could put a copy of this on the portion of our website that's focused on this project. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Kolar?
Thank you for being here. Just in terms of the So just in terms of the schedule, so if the council adopts this and if the city manager signed the development agreement on or about August 1st, so things would spool out over the next several months. In the current version of the development agreement, there's a roughly 4 to 5 month period for working on the LOI, the letter of intent, between NDC and the co-op. The potential extra 30 days there is in there, so 4 to 5 months. What's the timing? It sounds like the site plan is kind of happening at the same time. Is that finish up a little before that, a little after that? It looks like maybe a little before that. Things are happening at the same time?
At about the same time, yes.
And then there was also something about how not only do we have to sign off on the site plan, the council, but also on the schedule or timetable for the overall project. I believe there's also, that's something we have to approve as well.
Yes, that's correct.
So there's 3 big things, how big they are, 3 significant things that all around sometime mid to late fall to the end of the year that we would have to.
Well, I'd say it's 2 big things and 1 not so big thing. I mean, the agreement with the co-op is a big thing, obviously. The site plan, because, the development, what it's going to look like, what it's going to feel like. Yep. I mean, that's what you care about. So that's a big thing. I mean, the schedule is what it is. I mean, we can use our experience and our expertise of our consultants to say, this is how long things take to get through the approval process. And I assume you'll look at that and, say, yeah, that makes sense to us and agree with it. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Smith?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Washington, for being here. What is it that you think, or is there some rationale you have that you believe if the council goes forward and says we give you 120 days or 150 days or a half a year, that you think you'll be able to come up with a letter of intent in that time period if you haven't been able to do it before now?
Well, I guess a couple things. I mean, people always say, put a deadline sharper than mine. I don't know who said that. I don't know if I'm quoting correctly, but I think there is something about sort of a firm deadline to, get people to, break through, deadlocks. I think it's important. But also, I'd say that it's not it's not like we're just starting from ground zero. I think that we've made a lot of progress. I mean, the co-op may not agree, but I hope that they agree that we've made some progress, and that internally in trying, and I say this with all honesty, in trying to forge a solution that works, we've done a lot of internal work. And so I think that we have a much better understanding of what is and isn't possible, both from a a site logistics as well as a financial viability. So I think that our kind of ability to, understand and craft solutions is much more advanced. And I credit us, the co-op for pushing us. I mean, we came with something and they're like, we don't like that. And, a lot of their initial criticism we took to heart and we worked very hard. And so I just think that we're, there's much more kind of, fuel there to move forward.
If this time period, runs out and you guys don't have a letter of intent, is the firm prepared to move forward if the council gives our blessing? And if I can follow up, would that foreclose any further negotiations with the co-op being a part of this project?
No. Well, I guess those are tough questions. Will we be? I can't predict whether we'd be prepared to move ahead. We don't want to. We want to partner with the city, with the co-op, and with the community. With the community. And if so I would just say that if there's like discord and it's like we feel like as I said, this process is tough enough, and so if we feel we have to sort of fight our way through every step, it's this is not some project where we're going to make $1 billion and we're going to wrestle this thing to the ground. If this is a great project, we think it's very exciting, but if not saying if one person says I don't like it, we're not going to move forward, but if there's not like a general community consensus that what we want to do is something that people are going to be receptive to, then it's life's too short. So I'm honestly saying that. Probably not something I should say on script, but I'm honestly saying that.
Great, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I just follow up, jump the line here, and ask a follow-up question to Councilmember Smith's? We've seen as I don't know if you were here for the beginning of the presentation, but we were shown. Am I holding it right? I guess that was shown to the co-op, and I know, Mr. Washington, you said that there's more work to be done. Is this it, basically? I mean, the question, the elephant in the room type of thing is is this truly it that you have, or is there more work to be done thinking about these issues and working through them? Well,
let me answer a couple. When I say there's more work to be done, I mean, of course, that's a general concept. I mean,
right.
To take that from something that you can give to a builder and build, and you can take to the county, get approval. Obviously, that's. I mean, to them, it's just a sketch. So there's more work to do. So I don't know. I don't think that's your question, though. Your question is that like the only possible solution that could work? That is the best one we have come up with. That again balances the needs, our needs, the co-op's needs, and the community needs to have a balanced project. So that's the best we come up with in this time. So does that mean that we couldn't come up with something better? Of course not. Does it mean that if someone has a different idea that works with those three parties, we're still open. But, all of our, I don't know if it's hundreds of hours of work and consultants and stuff like that, that is the best concept. We believe it's a balanced concept that, doesn't give them the loading they want, but gives them the loading that is, is good and that works for them. It gives them, continuity, keeps them open. I mean, it's tough. I mean, right now, co-op is operating on a big parking lot and they can do what they want. If we're going to build something in a parking lot, it's going to disrupt their business. I mean, and, it's very hard for us to keep them open during that. I mean, to do all that and keep them open and still be able to load in the park, I mean, that's pretty tough. And we think we come a way to do that. So I guess to answer your question, that is what, our best thinking is at this point. And, I think it's a good plan.
Thank you. Councilmember Qureshi?
Thank you, Mr. Washington, for being here, and thank you for meeting with me the other day, and I wasn't stalking you when I ran into you having lunch the other day. I've seen you too many times already. So in regards to the question that you made the point about, in response to Councilmember Smith's question about, what makes you think 120 days would allow for this to get done, and I think it reminds me of the procrastinator quote of, if it wasn't for the last minute, nothing would ever get done. And I tend to agree with you that having a timeline, it is my hope that the parties will reach a point where they will feel that it's in the best interest of the parties and the community overall to reach this LOI, which I feel very strongly about. In terms of this front-loading option that was shown to you by the mayor, and this was presented by the co-op last week, and I know you said that's the best option we've come to at this point. Could you just give us, without delving into real exact details, of what types of individuals or experts you've consulted to reach that conclusion?
Well, first of all, I mean, the experts I trust the most are the very talented members of my own staff, and so we're the ones who looked at that. And so from a design standpoint, we have an in-house architect, and so he was the one who sort of created that plan. But we also looked at examples from other areas, and so I think in our open house presentation we showed examples from this concept is a very, sort of originated a European concept of dual use of loading in public space, that the loading would be limited to very early morning hours, and then it can be a dual use space for public gatherings, markets, things like that, plaza space. So we looked at other examples both in Europe. We looked at examples from around the country. There's several in Washington, D.C. City Center, D.C. uses that concept. The Wharf, which is under construction now, uses that concept. So I think we presented several examples of that sort of concept. And in terms of the loading, what we looked at, we employed traffic engineers, and so the big challenge is these 18-wheel trucks. They're very large. To create a loading dock for them, we just felt would, just completely dominate the site. We thought it was not in the public interest, and so when we looked at this sort of turning off lane in front and loading option, we looked at examples of how that's done in Washington, D.C. As I understand, that the hardware store uses that, and we looked at many examples of that being done in areas around Washington, D.C., and then we employed the traffic consultants to understand the trucks would turn in, and then we met with the State Highway Association, Administration. I knew it was SHA, State Highway Administration, and actually they said that they actually, thought that they understood the challenges of the site. They thought of all the options, and I don't want to speak for them; they're not here, but they felt that was the best site, and that the actual turn in for a truck is more gradual. I mean, you can kind of vision it that a truck making a right angle turn, when those big 18-wheelers has really got to swing out and block traffic and come back out, and they really thought that our method, which sort of brings it in at a more gradual turn, would present the least disruption to traffic. So I guess to answer your question, our own staff, our architect, traffic engineers, and the State Highway Administration.
Thank you. And my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, the reason why you address this issue and to create this option for 18-wheelers is it's really directly in response to the co-op. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because the open market concept that you have in place now, which I find to be very exciting, do you envision that those types of tenants, in your experience with Union Market and Reading Market and Philly, those types of businesses utilize that size of truck?
I mean, I don't want to speak for them. I guess they could. I guess, some might, some wouldn't. We don't envision it. We think that it could be, serve as smaller trucks. And our the plans we looked at does envision a loading dock for smaller trucks, and so they could load from the rear. So, yes, our concept we think would be much more around of a smaller retail concept that would, by and large, not use large vehicles like that.
So our esteemed mayor used the term elephant in the room, and I think there's another elephant. There's a few elephants in the room.
Is that why it's so hot in here?
Yeah, I think so. Do you, as a future potential landlord on this site, have any interest in disrupting the continuity of operations of the co-op?
No, of course not. As I said, and I really mean it, that a developer's best friend is a great tenant, and that, we're going to be, the city owns the land, but we own the project, and, we're going to be owners for a long time. And so having a established business that's already here, so that when we can plan, we know they're going to be here, is just great from just a business perspective. And it's also, when we came into the project, we knew that the co-op was here, and I think that's one of the attractiveness of it, that, we think, and it's kind of, we like these sort of challenge, I think, blending a existing community-based business in with something new we're going to do is not easy, and it's a challenge, and we like challenges like that, so I'm very happy. Now, I don't know, I guess you asked about continuity. Like I said, it's tough. Their business is right up against the site where we would be developing it, and we're going to do an underground parking garage. There's a lot of excavation, sheeting and shoring underpinning. It's going to be tough. It's going to be disruptive, but we came into it knowing that was sort of a, part of the deal, that the co-op would remain in operation during that. And so, at, great trouble and, great expense, we've developed a plan, and we will, develop a project that will allow them continuity of operations during this. Will it be dirty at times? Yes. Will they lose some of their, parking and only have parking, on the other side? Yes. Will we have to develop a plan to have, offloading and delivery of smaller trucks during that first phase of construction? Yes. I mean, I'm not here to say that it won't be disruptive, but it will allow continuity of operations. And the end result will be just a much greater project, and in my true belief, a much greater co-op.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Washington, for coming tonight. I really appreciate your presentation. I like the new vision, and I've had the opportunity to actually go and shop in a couple of the different places that you had in your presentation. And it's kind of exciting to think that we might have something like that here in Tacoma Park in the near future. I want to make sure first that I had heard you correctly, because you said something that seemed to be contrary to what I had heard before. And I heard you say that you were open to having this council sit in at some of the discussions with the co-op to try to help, I hate to use the word mediate, but to mediate this letter of intent. I'd just like to make sure that I heard you correctly.
Absolutely. Yes, you did.
Okay. I'm not sure how comfortable I feel with that, but in that role, but I want to make sure I understand your position. Continuity of operations. I know that when Safeway is building a new building up in Wheaton, and they closed the building down for their business down in that building for a couple of years while they did it. They're going to do the same thing here in Silver Springs soon, but that isn't something that a business the size of the co-op is able to withstand and survive. So I'm glad to hear you're supportive of that and understanding of that need. My question on the trucks and the loading dock, I'm just curious if you looked at kind of a dual solution, because yes, I can see where this might be a reasonable approach for large trucks, but it's also, I can see where it's very inconvenient for then moving the pallets from that location into the store without disrupting business and the customers of the co-op as they do that. Have you considered something kind of a dual approach, that there would be a loading dock area, a more standard loading dock for smaller trucks?
I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear in my presentation. We do have a loading dock for smaller trucks in the proposal that we put forth to the co-op.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from this, piece together photograph. I guess that's all for now. Thank you.
Great. All right. Councilmember Schultz.
So what I heard you say is that the existence of the very fact that the co-op was already here and in business and doing well was one of the things that attracted you to bid on this in the first place.
Yes.
Okay. That's something I didn't appreciate before, and I'm glad to know that. There's been, the co-op members have said to me and others, particularly like at Monday night's conversation, well, whatever happened to the plan that you presented to us, whatever it was, over a year ago, where you showed tractor trailers being able to pull around back. And you commented a minute ago that, well, that plan was going to sort of dominate, would make that the truck movements and servicing, offloading would more or less dominate the whole site and eliminate, I presume, some of the opportunities that you're trying to show us here in terms of your vision. Is that basically a fair fair statement about what I'm hearing you say?
Yes.
It is, because I think that the co-op members need to better appreciate that fact, because clearly, to me, the success of the rest of the site, the retail use, is going to accrue to the benefit of the co-op. Obviously, the co-op will do better when it has successful merchants on the same parcel or next to it than if it doesn't. And the more vital that you can make that space, the better for everybody. And by the way, I would say that this open market concept is exciting. I think it'll achieve an awful lot of what members of our community have kind of dreamed about, but didn't see this, and nor did I. But when you think about it, it's not new. I mean, when James Rouse opened Harbor Place in Baltimore Harbor, there was a design format there that was startlingly new and set a precedent that got copied across the United States. And Rouse was one of these people who just believed in doing things out of the mold. And since, but I'm familiar with the Reading market and all the public markets, as I told you Monday night, like the 6 or 7 of them in Baltimore City, the closest one to us being the Cross Street Market in South Baltimore, where that happens, and it's a delightful way of encouraging small business and businesses like Blessed Coffee that want to get a toehold and be able to prosper and then grow and then maybe have to relocate because they're so successful. The statement was made by one of the people that talked earlier this evening about that you have thought about the idea of I forget what the term is, an intermediate offloading at a different location for the larger trucks as part of the solution, and that you were helped for the interim part of where construction was underway, and the co-op would be under a lot of stress so that merchandise produce could continue. Can you elaborate a little bit on your vision about how that might work?
Okay. I mean, we haven't figured the whole thing out, but clearly right now, the co-op, loads on the site we're going to build. Right. That can't happen. And so our phasing plan is to build the front part first, so that the loading part would be built first, which is probably not the normal sequence we do if we were just in a greenfield site. Right. So we're doing it as a foundation. But during the time of getting that thing built, then the only place the co-op could load is, through the other side of the parking lot. Mm-hmm. Big trucks can't get in there. I mean, right. Even if they could get in there, many of the nice neighbors I met on, Sycamore Street, would be storming down here, and it would not be pretty. So
they were here tonight.
Okay, well they're very nice folks, but I don't think they'd be very nice if 18-wheelers were going around the street there. So we've got to find another way to do that. So either and what the co-op has told us, and we accept in the good faith, is that their suppliers can only deliver with these 18-wheelers, and so we've got to find an intermediary, a place somewhere where they can be delivered to, broken down into smaller trucks, and delivered that way. It's a pain in the butt. I'm not, trying to sugarcoat it, but that's the only thing that we can figure out how to accommodate this during the construction time and maintain their, continuity of operations.
When you say during the construction time, can you give
Our estimate is 8 months for that period.
Okay. Who would pay for that?
Don't know.
Don't know. Is that something you'd want to, could be talked about in the letter of intent?
Yeah, something that can be negotiated. I mean, it is not something that when we put forth our proposal analysis.
No, you said
that you offer to pay for I'm sorry. If you need to have this conversation, you can take it out in the hall. Please do not interrupt Mr. Washington again.
Okay. I don't know what was said. What I'm saying right now is that it's certainly something we would consider. It is not something we built into the budget. It's not something that typically a developer is built into the budget.
Okay.
I have no idea how this is it going to cost $1,000? Is it going to cost $100,000, $1 million? I don't know.
Sure.
I mean, that's the kind of thing where we have open discussions. When we have a willing partner, we can sit in and say, well, wow, this thing is going to cost X amount of money. I don't know how to pay for it. Well, why don't we do this, put it under back? I don't know. But those are the kind of things where if we have kind of open conversations where people are trying to get to a solution that can be worked out. So we're open to that.
No, that more than answers my question. I was just sort of looking, probing for softness where things could be talked about. And that's certainly one of them, and I'm excited to hear that that's something that's could be explored. One of the things that I've taken into account, it seems, I understand that there is no development agreement, and right now you're working on a handshake agreement with the city, with the expectation that you're going to get a development agreement signed with us that will give you the right, the privilege, and the authority to develop that and own everything that you build. And so for that reason, you've been constrained in spending your money, your money, literally your money, and whoever your investors are. But it seems to me, though, that once that development agreement gets signed, then that kind of opens a door for you to start really getting down to business. Now, does that not translate then, this is my question, into your being able to give a lot more energy and professional time to the problem solving that you are trying to solve? I mean, at this point, I'll let you answer the question.
Okay. It's hard to imagine us putting in more energy, but yes, we can put in certainly a lot more professional time.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking that when you do that, you're going to feel a lot. You'll be able to look at the whole project, not just the loading dock issue, but other issues as they might interrelate. And when you do that, you create a synergism of ideas, and a solution here can help a solution over there. That would be my hope. I want to just comment that I do think that the idea of that sketch that you displayed Monday evening is a terrific solution. I mean, I can't, and based on my own experience, it seems to make all the sense in the world. I mean, because let's face it, loading trucks is a very predictable, simple process. People do it millions of times every day for every business in America. There's equipment for doing that under all kinds of arrangements, and we know locally Ace Hardware does it. You go to any major city, Chicago, New York, you're going to find trucks in the middle of the streets blocking traffic and people blowing horns, particularly in New York City where I used to live. But it works. And an awful lot of retail businesses get all of their goods that way. And you and I talked Monday night about the ability of maybe building a basement in this 6,000 square foot addition where there would be a lift, the products could be brought in, they could be put down into the basement. There'd be a lot more storage space. Right now, the co-op has almost no inventory storage space at all, and how they manage to operate on a just-in-time inventory basis for all these years is a small miracle. It's a testament to their management abilities. But this would perhaps reduce the number of trucks, because with dry goods, canned goods, and stuff like that, you wouldn't have to get deliveries every day. You could get a delivery every 3 or 4, 5 or 6 or 7 days, and might reduce the frequency of trucks. I just think it can work. I know you talk about Europe. I've seen that in Europe where they have these bollards, electronic bollards, that literally come right up out of the ground to protect and block streets and make sure that the pedestrians are clear. And then when they need to move a vehicle through, they put in a card, and the bollard just sinks right into the ground, and the vehicle can move in temporarily. And that there's all kinds of innovative solutions. And if you want the city council to be more involved, I'm volunteering right now because I'm bursting with questions and ideas, and I'd really love to be able to share those ideas with members of the co-op. Quite honestly, I don't think the co-op's been very adequately represented by its professionals, by its attorney, or its developer, and I think they could benefit from a lot more input. They may disagree with me, but I haven't seen any evidence that they've been adequately represented as they deserve to be. I'd like them to be.
Well, thank you. I thought those were great comments. I do want to clarify, in case anyone misunderstood, that our proposed plan would not load on the street, that there would be a pull-off lane, so there'd be no cars honking. I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, the vehicle would be out of the truck would be out of the path of vehicles. It would be in the way of pedestrians, and pedestrians would work their way.
Well, there would still be a sidewalk. Our plan has a sidewalk that continue alongside.
But this is the kind of question that I know people in the audience are sitting there saying, well, you know, what happens if, and all these other things. And those are good questions. People want to know, well, how do we know pedestrians will be safe and that sort of, what happens to the green space that you promised? There's going to be a truck there and all this. And those are questions that we will answer, but we're not going to do it tonight.
Councilmember Mill?
Thank you. A couple of follow-up questions. In terms of the small truck loading and the examples you showed of tenants and the layout of spaces suggest you'd have a bunch of different businesses with different loading needs. And you also talked about underground parking. Do you expect that the small truck loading would be, or van loading, whatever it would be from the underground parking level, or would there be parking on the top floor?
As currently envisioned, no, the truck loading would be on the same level as the retail level, so it wouldn't be underground.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. One of the issues that was raised concerns the bus stop immediately across the street from the co-op, and that's something that at least some members of the community and some members of the council have expressed interest in moving in the past. So if that becomes an obstacle to the project, however this works out, that's certainly of interest to me. And the last thing I'd say is that, and there used to be a bus bay there, much like an 18-wheeler bay, that it could have pulled over into. And the last thing I'd say is just that these designs are really helpful. I think right now the community is reacting a bit to a vacuum. They know they have 50 or 60 parking spaces that are always there when you need them. So what's the alternative? The alternative is to not have some of that parking. So to the extent to which that you have a drawing or a couple of drawings which represent something like the space, the square footage of the space, that, you know, helps get people focused on what the future could look like, that may be useful as we go forward. It certainly will be useful when we get to the point of having that committee established and trying to help bring the community in to help provide feedback in the process. So that's another key part of this. And I think in general you've heard all the focus I'm not sure I can add more in talking about the loading issue, both the short-term loading issue and then the permanent loading issue, but it's certainly some space where providing more info to council at the same time that you're in other negotiations is always going to be helpful, because it allows us to learn about that issue at the same time that that you all may be making progress in negotiations over an LOI.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is this a new light, Councilman Schultz?
Yes, it is.
All right. Go ahead.
The intersection. The intersection that the site faces is, everybody already knows, it is a failed intersection. It's frustrating. People just go out of their way to avoid going through it. It has nothing to do with that site at all. You're going to be doing a traffic engineering study that's required by Montgomery County's site plan review process.
And also, I believe, are required by our development agreement with you. So,
Okay.
yes.
My question then is, to what extent would the study that you're going to be doing that's required by the draft development agreement extend out to look at the dynamics or the patterns, or there's a word I can't find to say it correctly, of the traffic flows through that series of light, the one at Sycamore, the next one at Carroll, and the next one down in front of the firehouse.
No, certainly the traffic study, any quality traffic study, and the one that we would do would extend, well beyond just the immediate environment around our site. It's got to take into account the entire area. Now, will it address like how to fix that crazy intersection? I mean, it'll certainly look at that. It'll look at the impact of proposed development, on the surrounding area.
Because my mind is that if necessary, I'd like to propose that we give you an extra $1 million to hire all the traffic engineers you need in order to really solve that intersection once and forever. Because, well, I won't go on and on and on, but it really needs addressing because it's hurting everybody.
Well, I mean, I certainly would welcome the opportunity for to use this project as a catalyst to, spur other action, either by the city or the state. And, we're happy to, add our expertise into looking at that.
One of the big frustrations is that pedestrians want to get across the street from or to the co-op, and they have to go through 2 walk lights, and you can wait a really long time. I mean, your children can, grow a new tooth while you're standing there waiting for the light to change. And it just goes counter to common sense. And if we want that we want the synergism there of businesses nourishing their neighbors and sharing customers. We really need to solve that problem.
And that's the kind of partnership we're really about. I mean, that some kind of solutions there will, will help the city. It'll help our business. It'll help the co-op. So again, I think it's, the kind of win-win stuff that, is just great to do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no more lights. I think you're done. I appreciate all of you staying here. We're going to transition to speaking with the staff regarding the draft development agreements. I don't know if you want to stick around or watch the videotape later, but that's what we're going to do as a council now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just a follow-up, as we were having this conversation, as we transitioned to the staff, I just learned that the crosswalks are going in on Carroll Avenue.
Yes.
I did not know that.
I knew that they had started, but frankly, until I see them complete, I'm not going to announce a thing. But I had heard that they had.
I just got an email.
We're making some progress with it, and I think to the last point that was discussed, I think there's an exciting part where we all work together to look at how this area works, how the circulation through the area works, how pedestrians function. And the more, if we see a particular site problem with this project, it can also help spur answers elsewhere, and it can give us some lobbying room to get some other changes made. So, I mean, I think that, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to have that community planning and kind of the hard work that gets done when you really start measuring stuff out and seeing what happens. And I think I think it'll help in more than just this site.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy City Manager and.
So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the open house that we had on Monday night and kind of what came out of that, and also provide you all with an opportunity, of course, to continue the discussion that you had, that you began on last Wednesday night. I thought the open house was a really great event. It was a good opportunity to engage with members of the community and dialogue about their questions and concerns. We, as staff, had an opportunity to provide a lot of information, in many cases, clear up some misconceptions, misinformation that was out there. I think probably, and Ms. Grigsby was there as well, so she can attest to it, a vast majority of the questions that we as staff received were not geared toward the language in the development agreement necessarily or the ground lease. They were about the ongoing negotiations between NDC and the co-op. The question, if I had to say, that there was one question I got the most number of times, it was, what's the deal with the loading docks? You know, not what is the city's role in addressing that concern, but why isn't the city fixing it, basically? And our response was that basically these were ongoing negotiations between NDC and the co-op. The city to date has been deliberately hands-off in those discussions. Really the closest we've gotten is when council directed staff on, I believe it was July 6th, to inquire with both of the parties whether or not they would be interested in mediation, and if they were interested, kind of what they thought a fair process would look like. We heard back from NDC, and then just before this meeting, we received a response from the co-op. Based on conversations that occurred on Monday night, conversations that I've had, and correspondence that I've seen or been a part of with council members, it seems that as far as the language in the development agreement goes, there are questions that need to be answered related to what I've called the third option as it relates to the co-op, and that is giving the city the ability at a certain point to terminate the agreement if NDC is unable to submit a letter of intent by a certain date, and there could be some trade-offs there. There's also been interest expressed in the co-op section in changing some of the language where it currently says the city would authorize the developer to provide reasonable accommodation for business continuity and parking, loading, things like that, to say that we would require them instead of authorize them. I think it's implicit, but there's interest in making that more explicit, that language. And also in the section of the development agreement where it talks about the project goals and the different components that the city would expect to see in a site plan that the city would find acceptable, there's been interest. I've heard interest expressed in providing some language in there about these accommodations that I'm referring to. I do think that that is actually already in the development agreement. It's implicit in the agreement, and that could clarify that that's one of the things that the city expects to see. And what I mean when I say I think it's already included in the development agreement is it's very clear in the beginning whereas clauses and other references that the city views the co-op as a partner and an asset to the community and wants them to be the anchor tenant in this development. And we go on to say these are the things that we're looking for in a site plan. I think it folds right over into that. So what we were hoping to get from council this evening, if possible, is some consensus or direction on what you would like us as staff to inquire with our attorney about and through our attorney NDC about, related to potential changes to language in the development agreement or different clauses that relate to the things that I've just mentioned and that you all have been talking about amongst yourselves and with me and other staff members.
If I can just ask a clarifying question, other than those three items, or just to confirm those three, and then if there's something else, just what you were asking.
I'm sorry?
So, first of all, I guess it would be to confirm that those are 3 items that we would continue to look at, and if there's any other kind of items that we need to know about.
Yes, that's correct.
Councilmember Kovar?
Thank you. On the language piece specifically, and thank you, Mr. Danweber, for the presentation there. We heard in the public comment period from, I don't usually single people out, for Ms. Taylor mentioned, and she's one of the people who has been working on the letter, that those same 3 points were mentioned, and those are things that, 2 of those, I think, were things that I had sort of noticed myself, and I think Councilmember Mayle had mentioned them as well. And to me, just to step back for a minute on it, we own the land, and so I think we should have the ultimate sort of leverage as these discussions go forward. And I do think right now, if you look at the current draft, and there's sort of a tree that goes along around the letter of intent, and 120 days goes by. As I mentioned, maybe the deal could be signed on August 1st or thereabouts by the city manager. The tree, the 120 days goes forward, and then it reaches a point, 120 days, one branch of the tree goes toward us potentially deciding to authorize the developer to seek another tenant. And at the end of that process, if one isn't found, we can withdraw and there's no penalty. The second branch, which is a little shorter in time, goes for 30 days, and that's for extra time for the LOI. And then at the end of that, there's nothing. So it's just not clear what would happen. And so I think for conformity, to me, it would make sense to have the same termination agreement apply there. And to me, that's beneficial across the board. It gives us control, it's our building, but it also signals, I believe, to the negotiators that, you know, they need to work on this or the deal could go away. I also do think on the language that says we would potentially authorize them to seek another tenant, it doesn't really make any sense to authorize somebody then to use, to make reasonable accommodations. I think you require somebody to make reasonable accommodations. They're still just reasonable accommodations. If that's implicit and implied, then let's just make it explicit. On the third point, which is in a different section, which relates to the site plan, and this is why I asked Mr. Washington, I want to understand how the 2 things progress along. But in the site plan, it says specifically, again, we have the authority to remove ourselves, extricate ourselves, terminate the agreement at certain points if certain things are not included in the site plan. Those are the city additions, and that includes the lead and the green and some of the other points, the green elements. And it makes it clear that we can extricate ourselves from anything in Section 6, which includes the project goals. And I think what Mr. Danweber was referring to, the project goals are in turn described earlier in the document as including the co-op being an anchor tenant. So to me, that's already evident that we would have the ability to withdraw in Section 6 if, along with those other features, that was not part of it. So of the 3 items that were mentioned, I think 2 are reasonable and 1 is not necessary. So I would prefer to, honestly, 1 is needed, 1 is a clarification, the other is already in there. If it needed to be clarified a little bit, we could do that too. But that's my view on the 3, and what I'd like to see is we resolve those one way or the other through clarification or addition, and then we're done and we sign the agreement.
All right, so Councilmember Kovar is for continuing investigating those 3 options. All right.
But can I say one other thing?
Sure.
Finish it by next week.
All right. Councilmember Smith?
Thank you. Mr. Danweber, thank you for your comments. I would like to say that I do not support any additions to the development agreement. The thing that I have to note is, yes, we are the landlord, and the co-op is a tenant, but they're not our tenant. The Turner family owns that building. So I just don't understand why we are going above and beyond for a tenant that doesn't have a lease with us on our property. I mean, yes, they lease a few spaces on the parking lot. But for us as the landlord of this parking lot to now set a precedent that we're going to consider all of their needs or wants, desires, an agreement that we have with a separate property or with a separate entity, I just do not think is fair. The example that I would give is if you owned a piece of land and you wanted to build a house, and the family next door to you were tenants, you wouldn't negotiate with the tenants to build your house. You would talk to the owner of the building or the land that was next door to you. I think we have gone above and beyond for the co-op. If the co-op wants to do this deal, they should do the deal. But I do not think that we should come up with any other contingencies, any other clauses that we should add into this agreement. And then just one last thing. When the council was dealing with the certificate of need for Washington Adventist Hospital, a place where they actually saved people's lives, the city council was not willing to go above and beyond for the largest institution in this city. We weren't. We were willing to fight them to provide services in this city, but we were not willing to help them in all the ways that were possible, like we are considering this evening. And I just do not think it's fair.
I just want to be clear that the language potential changes, I'm not advocating for anything. I'm just sharing information about.
I'm not saying that you are.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Mail.
Thank you. Just backing up a little bit, because I think we also need to address some of the resident comments that were raised tonight and the broader issues Mr. Washington raised. My belief is that what we've heard so far has really been about preliminary negotiation between the co-op and NDC, and preliminary planning by NDC in terms of drawings. For example, what we saw tonight were sketches of existing places owned by other businesses in other cities across the country. And so to me, this period of time, the 120-day LOI period, the site planning process through the end of this year, these are the times that matter. It feels like a lot of time has passed, but in reality, there's a lot of months that have gone by without us spending a lot of time on it. I spoke in the last meeting, and have not yet been refuted, that there were probably not more than 4 to 8 hours in which NDC and the co-op spent face-to-face. No one has yet said that's totally wrong. It's been 24 or 50 hours, 100 hours. So I think this period is really crucial, and I think our job as a council, agreeing with some of what Councilmember Smith said, but our job as a council is to set up a space for that negotiation that has the greatest chance to succeed as possible. And so to the point of some of the language changes, those things I think are key to getting that kind of pressure on the negotiation to exist. On the issue of the council's ability to terminate as one of the options, I supported that months ago, and that was key to my support, because I think that's key to getting NDC to really sweat it out, and also the co-op to really sweat it out. The language that says that the council could authorize NDC to seek another primary tenant is also part of that. And so to me, that termination ability at a relatively early stage is crucial for the city council, as Councilmember Kovar said, with its own land, to decide whether 120 days from now we're headed in a direction that we don't want to be headed, we representing the community. All the people who support development, all the people who support the co-op, all the people who support both development and the co-op, that we need a moment in time in which to figure out whether we're still going down a path that works for us. Excuse me. So I think that's really important. That's one of the most important changes in the document, and I just again reflect that that's been there before. It's been in versions that NDC has seen before, and that we're.
Councilmember Mail,
Sure.
if I can just ask, I'm not following you. You're referring to the third option. Is that it? Okay, thank you.
Correct. Yep. I agree on the authorize versus require. Authorizing someone to make reasonable accommodation is something they already have. You don't need to be authorized to do that. So I think the requirement is important. It doesn't change that it's only reasonable accommodation, but I think that's a key piece of it. We don't currently have any definition of what reasonable accommodation is. I don't think that refers in the agreement to, for example, loading or loading an operation during construction versus later on. And so we've seen some language suggested by residents. Excuse me. And one proposed way to deal with that, another proposed way to deal with it is through a definition of what reasonable, or what a non-exclusive list of what is included in reasonable accommodation, or what needs could be accommodated, should be accommodated in that period. There's also some language differences. I don't have the text in front of me right now, between best efforts and good faith efforts. And we use different terminology at different points in the agreement between best effort and good faith effort. And so that's another space that to me is important. In terms of the process going forward, I think I referenced in the meeting with, at least with co-op board members, with Tacoma Voice, was that last night? 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago, okay. The need for creativity. So I heard more from Mr. Washington tonight about the ways that they thought street loading could work for the 8-month, or however long it is, construction period, phase of construction period. It would really be good to hear more creative options on the table to try to make loading somehow work, operations somehow work, both during construction and afterwards. And for me, I just haven't seen enough evidence of that. From the co-op's perspective, I still feel like we're hearing exactly what we heard 14-ish months ago. And that hasn't, to me, suggested enough evolution in this. For me personally, 14 months ago, it seemed like the idea of 18-wheelers loading as they do now was not feasible. I recognize that the somewhat T-shaped driveway proposal that was in at least one of the proposals, including NDC's, was a potential solution for that. It would be great to know why that's not a solution anymore, why that creates a configuration of the site or a limitation on square footage that makes the property unviable. But I think, we need to get NDC and the co-op in a space where they're really arguing and negotiating and being creative about those kinds of things. And to me, the idea that there's 120 days, there's the ability of the council to terminate the whole thing, but there's also the ability of the council to pick or to let NDC to move forward with trying to find a new primary tenant. All of those are key to making the next 120 days effective. To Councilmember Kovar's comment about getting this done on next week, I believe these changes could be made between now and next week. I'm fine with making changes like this. I'd be fine making them next week. It's great to have them available for the public beforehand, but we're a legislative body. We're supposed to be able to make changes as we go, and these are extremely important but subtle kinds of changes. However, if we can't get it done next week, then we lose another month, but this has been a long process. I'm sure Mayor Williams didn't have that gray hair when he started the process. And at the end of the day, what people will remember is 3 years or 5 years from now, they'll remember that they now have a service and a set of services and retail opportunities that are vibrant and exciting and work. So I think we can get it done, but if we lose 2 months because we haven't quite figured out how to lock down the last details, I'm okay with that. The last comment I wanted to make is that Jason, you referred to implicit, and I think anywhere that you think something's implicit in the agreement that came up as a comment in public comments, if we can make it explicit if we can, at minimum, confirm that NDC and we both agree that where it's implicit, we agree on what is implicit, those would be helpful. And I think we talked about most of them already, but if there's any others, please flag those for us.
And I've already today had a conversation with our attorney about that.
Okay. I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Schultz?
Mr. Dan Weber just said he had a conversation with our attorney today. That's really news to me because this would be a time where it would have been interesting to have had our attorney part of this conversation. This would be Douglas Bregman, who we've hired to represent our interest in this development agreement. And I'm disappointed that we're not seeing his participation here because I think his expertise, which we're paying for, could be really, really useful right now, tonight, in this conversation. But I concur about these ideas of making things a little more explicit. And you're welcome to figure those out and make those changes as needed. I think that our concern about what happens 120 or 150 days from now is probably just not that material to this, contrary to my colleagues' beliefs about this process. Frankly, if the two parties that are here tonight, the co-op and neighborhood development company, don't feel pressure and aren't highly motivated to figure out solutions to something that seems within our grasp at this point, I'm not sure any language written on a piece of paper is going to make a dime's worth of difference. Maybe we'll feel better about it, and maybe members of the co-op will feel better about it, but we're still going to have to figure out a loading dock and in continuity, regardless of what the words on the piece of paper say. So I'd rather not waste any more time debating and wordsmithing that aspect of what happens if. All right, let's focus. I mean, frankly, from the co-op's point of view, the pressure on them is that they've got within their grasp the possibility to double the size of their business. And if this project fails, they will have lost that opportunity for Lord knows how long. I mean, as somebody said tonight, they characterized it as being something that could go on for years, because the chances, if NDC can't figure out how to pull a rabbit out of the hat when everybody knows there's only a finite number of ways to load and unload trucks on a piece of geography the size and the geographic constraints, physical constraints that it has, there isn't going to be some other developer who's going to come riding out of the sky and say, guess what, here's the solution that has eluded all of us. Okay, you're not going to get another developer who's going to come in and sort of say, because they're going to say, well, let's see what NDC did. And they're going to say, oh, okay, and you want us to do something different, okay? You don't know what you're going to get. And so I think the co-op has enough pressure on it right now. I mean, Lord knows, if they're not worried, I know they are trying to figure out the solution to this, because they need to expand, and we all want them to expand. And we heard tonight from Mr. Washington that was one of the reasons he's bid on this project, was so he could take advantage of having an anchor tenant like the co-op. So we know that his motivations are pretty pure. I mean, obviously the co-op serves his selfish interests. So he's putting more pressure on him and on NDC and saying, well, if you don't get something done in X number of days, you're out of here. I'm not sure how that's going to help us help us get a solution or motivate people. I don't think motivation's the issue at all. The issue here is to get, as has been characterized here by several people tonight, down to serious conversations. Councilmember Mayle has made the point tonight that very few hours have been spent by the co-op and NDC face to face. And Mr. Washington welcomes our getting personally involved as city council. And I think those of us who feel like they have the time, the energy, and some of the experience might be able to offer something. But I felt Monday, I'll say this, is that Monday night's conversation, I'm not sure what we all got out of it. I don't know that I changed anybody's minds from the words that I spoke. I surely listened to a lot of people. And if we could keep doing that, like Abdi was saying when he held up the lock earlier tonight, if we could just keep having that conversation, I think we would just get to a point where we would figure out solutions. I mean, we saw a solution tonight for a loading dock that at least will get the would be a perfectly satisfactory solution during the 8 months or 9 months of the construction period. And we talked about, learned some possibilities of other possible solutions that could help alleviate the stress on the co-op operationally. I think that's where I want our attention. I just think that we need to be able to get this LOI signed, or need to see it get signed, and we need to sign this development agreement, get it executed right away. If we don't, then time is important. Time is, as they say in legal terms, is of the essence. When we lose time, we're losing energy, and we're not going to make progress by taking more time. We need to get this thing going. It is important that we move this thing forward and we get this development agreement signed right away, and bring the co-op so that they can sign an LOI. Because right now, I mean, the letter of intent is basically the co-op's way, as we heard from Mr. Washington, of saying we are intentional. We are being intentional. We want to be part of this, the future of this site. We need and we want to grow and expand our business. And lacking that, we have the third leg of this stool standing outside the progress. We can't make progress, and so we need that. It's very important. It basically says that the co-op is committed to this process. Right now, we don't know that.
Councilmember Schultz, can I just ask a point of clarification? Since the Deputy City Manager asked for direction, I have Councilmember Kovar and Mayle would like for conversations to continue on the 3 items that the Deputy City Manager outlined. In addition, Councilmember Mayle had asked for clarification on 2 other points. Councilmember Smith said he would prefer if we moved ahead with the development agreement as currently drafted. Do you have...
I don't see the need. I'm not interested in the amendment that Councilmember Kovar has proposed. The other 2 minor amendments, I think would be helpful.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Mayle mentioned the color of the past mayor's hair. I'll say that Tacoma Junction property was purchased by the city a couple terms before I got on the council. But when I joined the council, I had hair. But I can't blame the Tacoma Junction for my loss of hair totally, because we also had a community center project in the middle of this. And I was sitting here listening to the discussion tonight, and I kind of think back, it sounds similar in some ways to our discussion of the community center and some of the very difficult decisions that had to be made and the negotiations that went on at that time. And I think there was a point in time with the community center that there was a transition. And it was a transition when the different kind of opposing groups got together and decided that they were going to decide how to make it successful, how to make it work, rather than nodding heads against each other all the time. And I'm not sure whether that's where we are with NDC and the co-op, but I'm hopeful that both sides are at a point where they're looking at, how can we make this work? As far as the agreement goes, I'm happy to support the agreement as it is now. But we'll consider, what changes come up. That's all.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Freshy?
Thank you, Mayor. It's 11:30. I'm going to ask my colleagues to bear with me. I won't be here next week, so I have a lot to get off my chest very, very quickly. First and foremost, as the court is aware, as the council is aware, a few weeks ago we inquired of the parties as to whether they would be interested in mediation, and Mr. Damweber has represented to the public that both entities have now responded. I would ask that both of those letters become public and be placed on the project directory site. Yeah. I think I've stated this once, and I'll state it again, because I think it's important to reinforce. And I think in my reading of this entire process from its inception back in January of 2014, just as it pertains to the RFP process, I support the co-op. The co-op is in Ward 3, and I don't support it just because it's in Ward 3. I believe there's a path forward which includes the co-op as an anchor tenant with development. I can't reiterate enough that I don't want people at the co-op to lose their jobs. But I would say to an extent, it's a bit unfair to say that our only options are either development or the destruction of the co-op, because I don't believe that that's the choice that we have here. In terms of the timeline, as I look at it, the City Council approved a solicitation for proposals on January 6th of 2014. At that point, to me, I believe the co-op and any adjacent property, including Johnny's lot, knew that this property is going to be developed on. Whether it was the co-op that was going to develop on it or some other entity, 30-plus months ago, folks were made aware that the city was intent on developing this piece of land. And as part of those submissions, I think we encourage some of the things that have now made it into our development agreement. Encouraging submissions that act as a stimulus to the commercial district and locally owned independent businesses to improve the aesthetic appeal of the district and contextually sensitive environmental sustainability. All factors that have made into the site plan portion of our development agreement. So to suggest that this development agreement doesn't reflect some of the many issues that came up in the context of numerous community input meetings, I think is inaccurate. You know what I found most telling, and today I met with Johnny from Tacoma Auto Clinic, and he even happened to notice this. If you look at page 3 of the RFP, which describes the general location of the plot of land at issue, it says the site is bordered by the, quote, popular Tacoma Park Silver Spring Co-op on the east and the Tacoma Auto Clinic Repair on the west. Even in our description, we recognize how popular this location is, although Johnny would beg to differ because he was there 10 years prior to the co-op. On February 12th of 2014, staff met with folks in the auditorium, and I understand Marilyn Berger was in attendance at that meeting based on my review. And as you can tell, I've gone through every single meeting and listened to every single meeting to understand how much in the know folks have been about this and the expectations that they, I think, should have had leading up to this moment. On February 25th of 2014, responses to questions posed by city staff. And one of the main questions is, the co-op interested in partnering? Yes, the co-op is interested in talking to prospective developers. Again, Ms. Berger's contact information is provided. The RFPs closed in March of 2014, and even though the co-op will be submitting their own proposal and respond to the RFP, they're interested in exploring opportunities to work with others and would like to expand their footprint to a total of 10,000 square feet of retail and maybe 7,500 square feet of office, bathroom, kitchen, community room space. As Mr. Washington mentioned today, the latest iteration, as a co-op I think will not dispute, the development envisions a 6,000 square foot expansion for the co-op. When the finalists were announced in the press release in paragraph 4, then manager Brian Kenner said, the co-op, an anchor in the commercial district and a leader in the local food movement, is included in all the finalist proposals with options for expansion. Again, the city, in its consideration, I believe is implicit here, considered those finalists because they envisioned the co-op as being part of the expansion in the finalists that were chosen. And even in September of 2014, a guy to my left, Fred Schultz, said, the issue of continuity of operations for the co-op throughout the whole process and guaranteeing loading access is a key issue. You know, you fast forward to a number of meetings, and I implore my colleagues and my fellow residents to look at the project directory site to see the timeline of events. And another one that becomes relevant is February of 2015, there was a work session with the council, the previous council, to issue the criteria for selection of developers. And the second and third things are co-op expansion and co-op business continuity, all receiving high marks of 3s across the board from the mayor at the time and from each of the council members. In March of 2015, the city council held a closed session with the co-op. And in April of 2015, the resolution was passed. And the resolution, I think, does a very effective job of conveying to the developer that was chosen and to the co-op of what the co-op status is in this community and how this city council perceives that co-op. And that was 15 months ago. And at that moment, the co-op, again, I think 30 plus months ago knew, but at that moment knew that the future of bringing in 18-wheelers into that lot, which is going to be developed, and doing a turning radius like you do every morning several times a week, was not going to be necessarily a possibility. For the co-op, the whereas clause says, recognize the important role that the Tacoma Park Silver Spring Co-op will play as an anchor tenant in the location, and NDC has indicated it will work to assure the co-op's continuity. In a whereas clause in a resolution. For NDC, as a reminder, the council seeks the following. The first issue under that, what the council seeks of that developer. Subsection A, early resolution between NDC and the co-op regarding the co-op's long-term role as an anchor tenant in an expanded structure on the site. And, you know, we go back to most recent meetings in July where the co-op was here and NDC was not here, and the co-op made a bunch of representations about where things are in this process. And I say all that to say that I find that personally, as an attorney and somebody who's read this development agreement through and throughout, to be quite unprecedented. And I think that it's a testament to our community and a testament to what the co-op means to our community. And the fact that that's incorporated in there, I think, should give the co-op at least some comfort that this city council is not intent on putting you out of business, and that's why I directly asked the man who runs the Big Bag developer whether he has any interest in putting you out of business. And frankly, from a business standpoint, I agree with some of my colleagues. I don't think it's in his financial best interest to put you out of business. You are guaranteed income as soon as he builds his facility and comes in, and not to mention income that you're going to benefit hopefully exponentially more with a 6,000 square foot facility that's even bigger. In the last several days, I've met with the co-op, I've met with NDC, and I went to their offices and met with them as well, because I wanted to lobby and advocate about the interests of this co-op and what it means to the community. And I wanted to ask tough questions of both. And NDC admitted to me after not signing prior to signing a development agreement that they had spent money, that they hired traffic engineers, as Mr. Washington talked about today. They met with the state highway authority. And in that process, they concluded that the front-loading option is the most viable option for the site as described in their most recent iteration. And in fact, they even told me that they contacted the co-op's distributor that comes in from Pennsylvania to confirm that the co-op in fact needs 18-wheelers, and they were able to confirm that fact because I think that truck delivers to places like Safeway in addition to the co-op. So in order to accommodate that, they created a entry point in the front, a cutout, that fits an 18-wheeler. I don't think that it's a secret that it's a request that the co-op has and a need that the co-op has. Similarly, the other night I asked members of the co-op, I think, tough questions because I think it's important that whenever this mediation goes forward, and I hope that it does, you know, the question was whether the business can operate with front loading and unloading if an 18-wheeler can fit in that spot. I haven't yet received any response to my satisfaction, but that's a question to consider moving forward. Ace Hardware is a perfect example. I've lived in many urban environments, including New York City and the District of Columbia and this metropolitan area. This type of loading is common. But it's up to the co-op to determine whether that type of loading is something that's going to maintain their business continuity and keep them viable. The other question I asked was whether the co-op has contacted their distributors to assess whether they can stagger their deliveries. Another question that I didn't really get a response to because I was told that this most recent iteration of front loading was provided in early June, but I think it's late May, in fact. We're in July, and I think that those are the types of questions that I think need to be answered that I think will pave the process moving forward to get this LOI done. And then finally, a number of folks in the community came up here and talked about how the co-op employs people of color. And I'll tell you, as one of the two people of color up on this stage, I'm very, very sensitive to that very point. But what I found very interesting is that on Monday night, when we were at that discussion, the only people of color in the room were myself, Abdi, Tibabu, and the guys from NDC. And I speak to a number of people who cannot be here. When I ran for council, one of the things that I made very clear was that I'm not going to represent only the people that come here every week, but also those people that aren't here. And I've told the co-op, and I'm very honest about this, I recognize your status in this community, and it's one that's respected, and I want you to remain here. But I cannot afford to shop at your store. There are many who cannot afford to shop at your store. And even despite that fact, this city council, rightfully, the prior city council, gave you, I think, the most favored nation status, as Neil Cohen likes to talk about it, that you deserve. So when you come around to this issue, you weigh a number of things, and it weighs heavily on you because you hear from a lot of residents, and we've heard from a lot of residents over the last month. And some are diehard co-op supporters, some are diehard development supporters, some are diehard haters of developers, some are diehard haters of the co-op, and all kinds of things in the middle. And it's a matter of determining what's best for us as a community and as a city moving forward. I look at the financial benefit to both the city and the co-op in this development, and I think that that is one factor that weighs in favor of moving forward with development. I look at the community benefits. Sue Immerman was here to talk about her business and how she wants a bustling junction. I get my haircut far too often, probably once a week or every other week, at Roland's Barbershop, and he wants this community and that junction to bustle. Mel does, and Mel, I know, is now working with the co-op and trash pickup. Tacoma Auto Clinic, Johnny wants some level of development here. He knows it'll benefit his business. Pedestrian traffic, and this open market concept, which a lot of residents have emailed us about, is how are we going to keep these rents down? And I did my own research into the Reading market in Philadelphia, the Union market in Washington, D.C., and reached out to those who hold small business opportunities in those spaces. And having 10 by 10 individual spaces to run their businesses encourages entrepreneurship, encourages the ability for young and small businesses to flourish in that location, which is consistent with one of the many priorities we've set as a city. And finally, the environmental benefits. You're replacing a lot with LEED Gold or higher equivalent building. And all of this is a multi-stage process which, and most importantly, includes community input. And that is key because I know that advocates of the co-op will be there, advocates of development will be there, and advocates of the overall community will be there. I've looked at this agreement in depth. I believe that it provides sufficient protections for the city to allow us to terminate at stages where our values are not reflected. And frankly, I think it provides sufficient protections to the co-op in the form of a non-compete clause in the unfortunate and I hope unlikely event that the co-op does not become part of the expansion site. I would join my colleagues to the extent we can offer the co-op additional assurances in either the third option and changing language to require. And I think I spoke to the young lady from the co-op about how best efforts is something that's defined in the document, reasonable accommodation is not. And I don't think there's anything wrong with making that switch, and I would join in that. But I will say that if those amendments do not pass, I believe there is sufficient support and protection for both the city and the co-op such that it would not preclude me from agreeing to vote on authorizing the city manager from executing the development agreement. But I hope that my colleagues will strongly consider those amendments. I foresee the process moving forward to be voting on amendments, and I would ask that we maximize these next 120 days to ensure that an LOI is executed between the parties. I was one individual who was of the opinion that we take a hands-off approach. At this stage, as somebody who's not a co-op member, as somebody who believes that there's a process moving forward where both parties can be part of this development, I would be willing to put my name in the hat to be part of that mediation process to ensure that it gets done. But at this stage, I'm of the mindset that weighing the impact of the community, and you know, when we all took an oath when we got up here, it was that we would use our skill and judgment diligently and faithfully without partiality or prejudice. And I think when weighing the interests of the overall community and the general welfare of the citizens, it's in our best interest to move forward with this development and move forward next week such that we don't delay this further and have a developer walk away from this deal and jeopardize any future development in this city, including on the New Hampshire Avenue corridor. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Qureshi, just so I get clarification, you would be joining Councilmember Kovar and Mail in moving forward with continuing to explore the three amendments.
So I would join in the third option, changing language to require as opposed to authorize. And I would join in the implicit becoming explicit to the extent Mr. Damweber can identify those for us. But best efforts is also something that I raised. However, I'm not in agreement with any amendment that includes in paragraph 6 the co-op in conjunction with the LEED and other sort of things that are listed there. Does that make sense? I think Mr.
In the site plan.
That's correct.
So
I'm not in agreement with that amendment.
You're not in agreement with that amendment. Okay.
Can I just clarify? My point on that was that we want the lawyers to just look at it because I think it's already covered in there.
I'm fine with lawyers looking at stuff.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, right.
Wow. This is interesting. So at the moment, we have Councilmember Kovar, Mail, and Qureshi supporting moving forward to having staff and our lawyers continue to look at the three items that we've put on the table. Councilmember Smith, Schultz, and Siemens join in not making any changes to the development agreement, though Councilmember Siemens has said that the two minor amendments were things that he would support continuing to look into.
Which are the two minor?
The require language, authorized to require, and this other point about the site plan that we just talked about. So we have the third option, authorized to require, and the language around the site plan. So it's up to me. There's a number of things that were said tonight from many of the residents who are here, and as well as from the co-op and from Mr. Washington from NDC. I'd like to hold on to the positive that was said. What I heard from Mr. Washington was that there's much more work to be done. They're open to other ideas. He's excited about this project. It's a project he wants to bring his children to one day and say, I did that. I was part of this community. I was part of this partnership. That tells me that my instinct when a year and a half ago we were looking at the different developers and I met with each one of them, and I met with Mr. Washington for the first time and his team, there was a level of commitment and an understanding of who we are in Tacoma Park and what we want this project to be that I did not see from the other developers. And that was reaffirmed for me tonight when he spoke. In addition, I think one of the residents said, can we get to yes? And we're going to have to get our hands dirty to get there. And I'm also optimistic after our open house on Monday that we can get to yes. We may have to get our hands a little dirty, but I think we can get there. I think that given all the comments that we have had this week, that continuing to explore these three options and hearing back from our attorney over the next few days would be the prudent way to go. This is a document that we have been negotiating and going back and forth on for nearly a year. I think we've heard some very good feedback, and I will join Councilmember Kovar, Mail, and Qureshi in directing the staff to continue looking into this and discussing it with our attorneys. And then I think we will see what their answers are over the next few days, discuss that as a council, and then I join with those who say we want to get this done and we want to vote on something next Wednesday. So I think that's 4 votes to continue looking into that. And I think I would just like to thank Councilmember Qureshi for his going back and looking at all the meetings and doing that review for us. So does anyone have any other comments, and does the staff need anything else for us on this?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So if the lawyers say this works and makes sense to go forward with those things,
we still have to vote. We still have to take a formal vote on it. What we're voting on right now is asking the staff to work with our attorneys to continue the negotiations, specifically on these 3 points, depending
so is the
on what.
implication of that it couldn't be finished on next week?
Well, I think we have to see what the negotiations bring between now.
But the staff will be negotiating with NDC, in other words.
With their.
We don't have to vote again to tell the staff could negotiate, get some changes to the agreement, and bring it back to us next week for a final vote, based on what we've done.
Right,
today?
and I'm actually hoping we have information before our final vote next week.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that we would be informed before that, just in case we had other questions. So, yeah.
But just to be, I don't want to be put in a position where the council says, well, these are things we might be interested in if NDC will say okay. We're not asking, from my perspective, I'm not asking NDC's permission at this point for approval to put the language forward for a vote. So I'm asking for staff's assistance to try to figure out the right drafting of it, and their staff and our attorneys. And their, what they believe is sort of the best chance to move forward, but not to come back to us and tell us, well, NDC won't accept any of these things.
But how will we have an agreement if NDC doesn't?
We're authorizing the city manager to sign an agreement.
Yeah, but NDC wouldn't sign an agreement if they don't agree to the terms.
Well, can I actually ask something? And I don't know if this makes sense. we have how many council members who've asked for amendments? Approximately 4 that agree on a few, right? Which is a majority right now.
Right.
I think it's worth a point of inquiry, and maybe people aren't comfortable saying it now, but if your amendments are in, would you be willing to vote for the development agreement? And if they're not, would you be willing to vote for the development agreement? And the answer to that may dictate how we provide this information to NDC to say, if these amendments get done, we have a majority to pass this. You know, I don't know if that's how you do it, but that might be a question for staff to consider.
Well, I guess I would just, what I was thinking is that we've given direction to staff. They will give directions to our attorney, just as we have over the past year.
Right.
Our attorney speaks to their attorney and says, you know, are you amenable to these? They may come back with a counter offer, and that's then by next Wednesday on these 3 items, going back and forth between the attorneys, we will know where we are positioned. And at that point, I think, I mean, for me, I'm not ready to say right now because I don't know what NDC's reaction is going to be. So I would say I don't think it's prudent for us, given that we're in the middle of negotiations, to actually take a vote like that.
And I would just say that one of our goals as staff is to get as close as we can to figuring out what NDC is amenable to based on what we know are the council's interests. The last 2 points that you all just discussed, in my view, and I certainly have to confirm this with our attorney and make sure that NDC views it the same way, those are really more about clarification, about what's in the document. The I think larger point, and one that I anticipate a need for potentially further discussion about next week, is that third option, the option for the city to terminate, and what in NDC's view the trade-off would be if that clause was added into the co-op section of the development agreement.
And if I can just say, it isn't today an either-or thing, because they may respond with an alternative.
That's
Exactly. That's
right.
why I said I was not.
But I also think, and you know, this is not some sort of intense disagreement, but a majority of the council said that they want these things. So we're not going to negotiate against ourselves now and explain how we're not going to get them. We want these things. We want our lawyers to try to get them, and that.
And the staff has heard that.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Good? All right. We have one more item that
we're punting on.
We are going to do. Okay.
I was going to say.
Oh, we are going to do it?
I don't know. You said
punt.
You
no,
said
I
punt.
said no.
All right. You said don't punt.
I think
No, I'm sorry.
You didn't read my note very well.
I thought. I'm sorry.
I said
I would
you
prefer. I would prefer not to do the housing item.
Right. That's
tonight.
it. Let's move it till next week.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm sorry. I guess I'm so tired. I read your note wrong.
We will. But people have homework to do, because in the packet is a description of the state plan.
Right.
That the city manager and I met with representatives from the state housing department regarding this. I just want to clarify for next week, because there's been a number of emails regarding this. We will have a much longer and probably multiple conversations on the housing reserve.
Right.
However, this is an opportunity that may present itself while we're on recess to enter into this type of partnership with the state. So the idea was to bring it to the council, inform all of us on it so that we had time to ask questions of the staff, and then if something does happen, or that we were aware of it, so we can take action as soon as we get back. So next week is not necessarily, we don't necessarily have to come to the table with all the things that we want to do with this housing reserve. Okay? All right, we're adjourned.
Love it, love it, love it.